where progress is influenced by revolution and evolution. We're today's News Talk, The Pulse.
Hello, I'm Angus here at the Bureau. Today is Wednesday. This is the National Weather Forecast. We're discussing Thursday's weather. That'll be the 27th of August. And for most of the country, settled and calm conditions. This high pressure region here through western New South Wales really going to flex its muscle and swell out across the east, bringing mostly calm, settled and sunny conditions from Tasmania to Queensland and through our central states and territories too. Meanwhile though, rain in the west. A lot of rain on Wednesday. That'll continue into Thursday, at least for some parts of the state. Queensland will have a really settled, bright, mostly sunny day across the state. There'll be a little bit of cloud from about Yeppoon down to the New South Wales border and the slight chance of a shower around the Gold Coast Coolangatta area. Everyone else should be dry and temperatures are a shade on the warm side of average for the time of year as we head towards those springtime months. Could see an early shower for eastern New South Wales, particularly about or north of Newcastle, but there's not much to that. The rainfall will be light and it will be clearing up as well, tending to a pretty bright second half of the day. A mixture of sunshine and cloud will persist across the east coast and we head for highs of approximately 20 degrees. Early cloud tending to a sunny day for inland parts of the state. Bright, settled and sunny day across Victoria, and honestly not much more to say. The wind is really light tomorrow, the temperatures are mild. It will be quite cold in the morning before heating to a pleasant afternoon, and there'll be some cloud lingering, but lots of sunshine as well. In Tasmania, could also have a cold morning. We see a few 1 degree temperatures on the map for the first part of the day, but we will head towards a settled and sunny day on Thursday, particularly through the afternoon. Into the evening, it could cloud over a touch, and we might even see a late spot of rainfall moving on to the west and the southwest, but that won't be coming through until after dark. For South Australia, this high being in New South Wales means we get the wind on this way. So coming down from the north across SA, that will bring us warm temperatures and sunny skies through the state. We're approximately 20 degrees through most southern areas, although that's just 17 for Mount Gambier, and 22s and 23s for the northern half of the state, with barely any cloud. Now lots of rain today, as I'm filming, Wednesday, around this part of the coast here. Now that's pushing inland on Thursday, so expect cloudy skies and scattered rain throughout the wheat belt, the Great Southern, the south coast, parts of the goldfields as well. All of these interior areas likely to see some welcome rainfall tomorrow towards the end of what's been a pretty dry winter. Along the west coast we will continue to see some showers and some cool southerly winds. That includes Perth, Geraldton. In fact, could see showers all the way up to Carnarvon first thing in the day, but that will clear up in the afternoon. And finally to Northern Australia, a few showers in and around Broome. Haven't seen a lot of that in recent months. It's a little bit of humidity and moisture across the Kimberley generating those showers there. Other parts of the tropics will stay fine and bright though, including Darwin, warm day, 34 degrees, and it is clear right down through the red centre as well. Thanks for watching. You can always get more weather info on our website, app or social media channels. Have a great day.
Hello, welcome to the first episode of the Anna Power Hour on Pulse News Talk. I'm a mother of 3 now adult children, agricultural business owner, running what I call a real deal independent political campaign for the federal seat of Maranoa that the taxpayer doesn't have to fund, a registered high school teacher, volunteer, independent analytical thinker, realist and pro-human. I enjoy solving problems, helping people help themselves, encouraging people to ask questions, practice analytical thinking when it comes to big media, big government, big business, big not-for-profit, narrative storytelling, and learning from honest, experienced people from all walks of life. I'm volunteering to do this show because after 54 years on this planet, I think I'm old enough and experienced enough to have a public voice and to give others a public voice. It will be a rustic grassroots show, so the hair, makeup, content will be far from perfect, but I aim to make it entertaining and relevant, with an emphasis on practical solutions to problems. I'm happy to get constructive feedback. I ignore gutless trolls who get a high off being mean online. We've had a little bit of a change up today, so our first guest will be Gary Duffy. Gary Duffy is an independent thinker. He's a man of much practical experience, and he seems to practice what he preaches, which I always admire. So stick with us on Pulse Media, and we'll have Gary Duffy up very soon. Welcome, Gary. How are you?
Yeah, welcome to your new show. It's good that you have a voice and you're prepared to give everyone else a voice, and that's a very positive thing.
Thank you very much. One of my favourite pastimes is talking to people and learning from people rather than books. That's how I learn. So always enjoy talking to people like you who've had a wealth of real life experience. And can you just give us a quick rundown on your background?
I started out as a jackaroo. I started out on mustering cattle and stuff like that, and then I got a job as an apprenticeship and with a Ford dealer. Went on, became a mechanic. I was fully qualified at 19. I don't think you see anyone these days who just leaving school at 19. I was fully qualified mechanic at 19. And I went to get my A grade certificate and they wouldn't give it to me until I turned 21. Now they don't do that. They allow you to get it when you apply for it. From there, I went on and I came to Brisbane. I wanted to travel the world, be a race car mechanic and everything else. And I got stuck in Brisbane. I ended up doing a bridging course to do engineering, and then went on from there and ended up designing my own tools and for the automotive industry, and we won Queensland Small Business of the Year Innovative Products, which was a big milestone for us. I coached rugby league for 18 years, and then I went over to Europe and I coached rugby over in Europe. I coached the women's champion, UK women's champion rugby union team, and while they were in Europe. And I learned a lot when you travel and when you go to other places and countries. I currently live in southeast Queensland. I have a small farm. We grow moringa, gumby, and we want to just generally look at, my wife's a scientist, senior scientist. We want to look at plants for medicinal use, or plants for in the animal industry that we can benefit animals as well, and get away a lot from the vaccines and pharmaceutical companies.
Okay, great. Today we are focusing on council because the first lady who was going to come on, Kelly James, who is a councillor on the Moree Plains Shire Council in New South Wales. She was running a bit late trying to get from Muggendai to Moree, so we put you on first. And so I've switched it up, and we're going to be flexible when it's live. So we're going to talk about councils, and I was going to bounce off you a bit about Kelly James's experience, because you have experience with the Ipswich City Council. So I'd like to start just asking you about your experience with the Ipswich City Council. Just as quick as you can. It's pretty long and involved, but if we can keep it.
No, that's all right. The Ipswich City Council, the current council, is actually quite good, except for the councillors. They run a block council groups in the council, and that block.
What do you mean by block, Gary?
Well, they're members of political parties. So what you have is you have a block of councillors who are the ALP councillors, and there's two factions of them that are in the council, and they tend to vote or try to manipulate the council meetings. They organise meetings. They try to gag the mayor. The mayor is an LNP mayor, or did run for the LNP at one stage, and so they tried to gag her and stuff like that. But she stood firm. These Labor councillors, a lot of them, a couple of them were dismissed in the last council because they really closed their eyes to the corruption that was going on. Or
so what? So you what? Just so people have context, you dealt with Ipswich City Council a while ago in regards to corruption.
yeah.
Are you able to talk about that, or is it still under?
Oh yes, yeah. So we had a small workshop in Ipswich to start it off, and we got flooded out. And Mr. Pasali came down and he did a media event outside our workshop, and we asked him about funding for flood recovery. He told us to go and get well and truly stuffed with it. Stuffed wasn't the appropriate word that he used; it was another word. And so we formed a group of 20.
And he was mayor. He was mayor at the time.
Yeah, he was mayor. He says.
Did he have a political affiliation?
Oh, he was a Labor. He's a Labor mayor. He was Labor all the way, you know. And anyhow, so he did fundraising for victims of the floods there, and kept all the money for himself, for his own campaigns. So when we found this out, I decided to run against him and expose the corruption in the council. You've got to have broad shoulders to do that, especially in a Labor-held town like Ipswich, where they'll come after you and they'll try and destroy you.
So how do they come after you, Gary? Can you give some examples? Because I really feel many regular Australians don't understand the nasty, nasty side of running political campaigns. It's not covered that much in the establishment media. And if it is, it's kind of only around election time. So I think it's really important for people to understand how party politics actually destroys what I call real democracy.
Yeah, so first of all, they started to come after our workshop, trying to, every which way, the councils came after the workshop, every which way to try and close us down. They were fining our customers for parking on the curbside. They were coming down, doing every check on our business that they could think of. They were imposing fees on us for washing our hands in the sink, because the mechanics' hands were dirtier than anyone else's hands, so we had to pay $90 a month extra fees for the dirty water.
I call that bullying with compliance.
Yeah, so it started off with that, then we got death threats, and then we got everything else. So we then, when you're running the campaign, then they begin to sue you and send you defamation notices to try and shut you down. And everyone who ran against Pasali got the same treatment at one point in time. And they ran this campaign. But the lawyer that Pasali was using, he ended up going to jail for fraud and lost his practicing licence. And Mr. Pasali ended up in jail, and all these people ended up. But the only reason they ended up in jail was because they actually did sue me. As soon as they sued me, it enabled me to put evidence in front of a judge. So I was able to put documents in the court, which then enabled the media to find those documents and go through those documents and then start writing the real story about what was occurring in Ipswich and what we called the Ipswich Ink. So part of the process was that Rob Pine, the member for Cairns in the Parliament, was very good, and he tabled the documents for us. So if you look up Ipswich Ink, you'll find the documents that were tabled in Parliament. And once they were in Parliament, that enabled them to be public documents, and we were able to do a lot of lot more with that, but it's only because they actually continued to throw their hat in the ring, so to speak, after the event, that we were able to do that. So that was one of the biggest things that enabled us to bring the council, or the corrupt Pasawi Council, to bear.
Yeah, so obviously this is done on rate or taxpayer time. I call rates taxes personally. I think everything should be called taxes, but they kind of confuse people by calling it rates. So basically my issue with this party politics is that basically people are running personal agendas, mates agendas, big donor agendas, union boss agendas on our dollars. So how did you feel about that when you're being bullied by people who are literally working on taxpayer time to take you out?
Well, that's the thing, is that's where the LGAQ come out with a insurance policy for the councillors, so that they could bring private defamation matters against uh, 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 private citizens using ratepayers' money. So, and they put that there in as a resolution to the council, and the council passed that because it's to the councillor's benefit. So the councillors actually vote on a resolution that's a personal benefit to them, and that's to use ratepayers' money to go after people who question what happens in the council. That they did that in the Redlands. They've done it up in Townsville. They've done it at a number of other places where they've actually gone after residents using ratepayers' money to try and put an umbrella over their own corrupt activities. And it's one of the things that when you have a local government association, that the members of the local government association are the councillors, and they're at arm's length away from the Crime and Corruption Commission, because they sit just outside the Crime and Corruption Commission jurisdiction. So the Crime and Corruption Commission can't go after the councillors for actions or resolutions that they make within the LGAQ, but they can do it on something that happens within the council. So even though they're a councillor, when they're sitting on the board of the LGAQ, there's a Chinese wall there that prevents the Crime and Corruption Commission going into that and pursuing activities that are in that area.
For me, transparency is key, and I feel like that if we actually lived in a real democracy where our representatives elected actually work for the people who are in their region or their electorate, and everything was just out in the open and transparent, we wouldn't have these problems. Yet there seems to be layer upon layer upon layer of regulation, laws, compliance, and they increase every week at every level of government in Australia, that put a massive barrier between the people actually paying their wages and the people who they are paid to represent.
Yeah, there's the Local Government Act has had a lot of changes over the years, and during the Palaszczuk years and the Peter Beattie era, and then going into the Campbell-Newman, they put in place things that local government is the closest to the most amount of money that there is in Queensland. I think $15 billion in procurements occurs through local governments in Queensland. So that's a lot of steak sandwiches or steak dinners.
Well, it's a lot of contracts as well.
Yeah. So the LGAQ have put themselves in a position where they do what they call local tenders, or they so a lot of the councils use the LGAQ to do the tender system. So the LGAQ actually have a list of companies that they will deal with. They're pre-approved, and so that they'll do the tender. The LGAQ get a kickback off that tender. I believe it is about 27% of the tender. So that's ratepayers' money going back to this organisation for the tender. Someone's got to pay for it somewhere, and the ratepayers are paying it.
Well, I like to say all the time, nothing is free or cheap from any level of government. We all pay in the end. So that some people get a bit of short-term gain, and then we all get long-term pain.
Yeah, and that's what it is with this. And we had people like Sellers Concrete who were a local concrete company in Ipswich, and they would apply for tenders with the Ipswich City Council and with everyone else, and everyone else had an equal playing field, and they would win some tenders for footpaths and bridges and culverts and all the rest of it, and others they wouldn't win. And so everything was, the LGAQ come along with local buy, and next thing, not one local business got any of that any of that concrete work. It all went to Brisbane and to Gold Coast companies, and Sellers Concrete went out of business. That they had about 6 or 7 trucks, and they were all, a huge amount of staff. And
Sorry, Gary, what I'm finding now is that there's just so much paperwork and so much compliance that the small operators, it's really challenging for them to keep on top of it. So the big end of town, they've got the office set up, they've got the people in the office sitting there all day filling out the paperwork, making sure it's what I think is government speak, because there's a whole language around every level of government now, and there's an industry in actually showing people how to write these applications or tenders, whatever. And so it makes it really hard for the smaller operators to compete. Do you think that?
Oh yeah. Well, especially because with this local buy and these LGAQ tender system, they're already pre-approved. They don't even have to virtually apply for anything. They just put in a quote, and they're already pre-approved, and they just sail through, and they get the business, whereas the local company who's employing local people is left out. And we saw an incident in Townsville a few years ago where one of the local road building contractors went and parked all his machinery outside the Townsville City Council chambers. He was getting contracts to do roads one minute, and then Jenny Hill, in her wisdom, she was president of the LGAQ, and the local boy took over it, and the local road building contractors just lost all their jobs because they all went to big companies, and so the local guys employing local people were just shut straight out of the system. So local buy wasn't local, it was just a scam project. It goes on at the moment, it's still ongoing. But when you have a look at identifying how your rates are, and you look at, for instance, you're in Marinara.
Where my local council is Gundawindi Regional Council.
Yeah, but you're in Marinara, and part of Marinara electorate there is Winton. So Winton wanted a geothermal to save the ratepayers $15 million in energy costs and not have to run big transmission lines and that. So they were sitting on a geothermal basin. So they thought, well, we'll tap down a geothermal basin and we'll get all this geothermal energy. So Gary,
can I just interrupt, because I've heard lots of these things, and I did read up on this a little bit, and it came under the renewables banner, which always concerns me, because when it gets branded with the renewables banner, often there's no cost benefit analysis done. So what might seem a great idea because the thermal water or whatever is there, doesn't mean it's going to actually work.
Now, and there's the thing is that they come up with this that it was going to all this, fluff, and it was all going to be great and everything else. So they contacted the LGAQ, Local Government Association of Queensland, to do a feasibility study on it. And the first thing Peak Services, which was part of LGAQ, was going to do was come out and have a look at it, and they were going to do that. The first thing they did was they took a mining lease out on the geothermal site. So the LGAQ owned the geothermal mining lease, which meant that the ratepayers would have been paying money back to the LGAQ all the time. Then the LGAQ became the project managers of this, and then Winton Council spent $4 million on building the site and paid the LGAQ, I think it's $1.1 million, and not one AC spark of electricity was produced out of the whole site. So the Winton Shire Council then sued the LGAQ for not delivering on anything, and the LGAQ said, well, hang on, we didn't have a performance factor in this, so you can't go through on. But the LGAQ is using the Winton Shire Council ratepayers' money to defend themselves against the Winton Shire Council, who is using Winton Shire Council ratepayers' money to sue the LGAQ. So, this is the sort of, I believe it, and it's my opinion that it's just corrupt organisation that the LGAQ is that they just carry on with it. And I think if local councils went back to and reformed themselves and went back to just delivering for the people what they promise and what is best suited to all the residents in the area as per the LGAQ, as per the Local Government Act 2009 Section 4, which is that the local government must function for the benefit of all the community within those boundaries, right? When you're involving the LGAQ, you're making a benefit for an organisation that's not within your boundaries. It's not within the ratepayers' interest to pay them $1.1 million in management fee of a project that they failed to manage or failed to deliver anything on.
So, just quickly, Gary, I find across the board now there's very little local media that's reporting accurately on what's happening in councils. Most of the country newspapers have now been centralised under one big umbrella, and they pump out a lot of generic news. And what we get here locally is the first 3 pages are literally funded by the taxpayer and the ratepayer, and push out the council what approved news and whatever the safe seat or whatever seat advertorials. So it's a big problem now, I find, trying to get people interested in council consistently, not just when a big issue comes up. And for example, our local council, they've literally called it the boardroom. You have to go into the reception, you have to say, can I please go in? You have to get someone to come in, let you in through 2 doors. It's extremely daunting, it's not welcoming, it's set up like a boardroom with us, the mere residents, taxpayers, pushed to the side. Whereas you used to actually just be able to walk in off the street at the old council building, when the council meeting was on, and be an observer. So there seems to be just the transparency is completely lacking across the board, and the media attention is as well. So this is why I'm doing this, to highlight some of these issues and try and get people interested again, because our rates and taxes are just going to keep going up if the current pattern continues. So we need to finish up for today. I really would like to talk to you again. I'm really into solutions, so if you can just give us one recommendation for how we could all hold council to account.
I think the most important thing would be sunset clauses on councillors, because we have a councillor in Ipswich who's been there for 48 years. Now, after 3 terms, if you can't get your work done within 3 terms, then maybe your work isn't meant to be working for that community, because you should be able to go in that community and say, look, I've got an agenda to help these people over this thing, and I want to get my swimming pool done, I want to get this done, I want to get horse riding, I want to get an equestrian event happening, I want to do this, I want the people that come and spoken to me about it. It should not be a career opportunity. It should be a representative opportunity that there should be some kind of clause. If we can put a sunset clause on the world's most powerful man, the President of the United States, at 2 terms, then we should be able to put a sunset clause or on 3 terms on our local councillors.
Thank you. That's an excellent suggestion, and I would agree with that over council, state and federal politics. It could help with a few problems. America has a lot of problems, so I'm not sure it's working perfectly over there, but at least it does generate change and freshness. Thank you so much, Gary. I really would like to talk to you again. You've got excellent insight into a number of topics. So we're going to take a break and welcome Councillor Kelly James next.
Thank you.
The king may rule over land and sea. The Lord may live right royally. The soldier ride in pomp and pride. The sailor roam over ocean wide. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The writer thinks, the poet sings, the craftsman fashion wondrous things. The doctor heals, the lawyer pleads, the miner follows, the precious leads. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The merchant, he may buy and sell, the teacher do his duty well. But men may toil through busy days, or men may stroll through pleasant ways. From king to beggar, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The farmer's trade is one of worth. He's partner with the sky and earth. He's partner with the sun and rain, and no man loses for his gain. And men may rise, or men may fall, but the farmer, he must feed them all. God bless the man who sows the wheat, who finds us milk and fruit and meat. May his purse be heavy, his heart be light, his cattle and corn and all go right. God bless the seeds his hands let fall. For the farmer, he must feed us all.
Welcome back to the Anna Power Hour. Next up we have Councillor Kelly James from Moree, Plains Shire Council. Councillor Kelly has had an interesting experience since she's been on the council from 2021. So I was shown last week Kelly going live at a council meeting, and I listened in and I felt a little bit concerned about what was going on, so I contacted Councillor James to ask her to come on the show, and she said yes, which I was very excited about. Now, there's always 2-3 sides to stories, so today we're getting Kelly James's side of the story. I will put an offer out to all the other councillors and mayor of the Moree Plains Shire Council for a reply, because I believe in fairness and I believe in knowing all sides of the story. But we're starting today with Kelly. So welcome, Kelly.
Hi, Anna. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure. Can you just give us a little bit of a background of your life?
So, I became a councillor because I love Moree and I wanted to contribute to the community that has given me and my family so much. I'd already spent 15 years working with the council itself, so I understood how local government worked, but I also understood how frustrating it could be for residents trying to navigate local government. I wanted to be someone at the table who was going to ask questions, who was going to read the reports and challenge things when they didn't make sense, and make sure that any decisions that we made were in the best interests of the community. I didn't become a councillor to agree with everybody. I became a councillor to represent people, and sometimes that means supporting council wholeheartedly, and sometimes it means asking the uncomfortable questions that nobody wants asked to get the proper answer. So I suppose in summary,
You feel like you put up your hand to run in a council election because you wanted to represent all the residents of the Moree region, and
I literally wanted the community to have a strong voice at the table because of how much I already cared about Moree and understanding council from the inside. I wanted ordinary everyday citizens.
Moree goes beyond Moree. I actually am a ratepayer in your region, so it goes as far as Muggendai right to the border. So we are finding when we have the more centralised councils that there is it does become a little bit of the major town centric. Have you found that happened in your region?
I do try to get out to as many things as I can into the different regions. So I go and support my Bats. I've gone and supported the Muggendai activities when I can. The Palamalawar activities, I try to get that there as often as I can. I actually lived in Palamalawar for some time, so it has a special place for me. I've been out to Ashley events, Garara events, Malawar events.
We
try to spread myself
about. A lot
about.
of councillors, Kelly, go to events. That happens. I see it all the time. But how do you think it's a good? How do you actually include in the decision making those smaller towns and the agricultural side? You know, because I don't, as a ratepayer on both sides of the border and a business owner, I never get asked. Literally, I have never been asked by a councillor or a mayor what they can do for us, my family, our region, agriculture.
Okay, so every year council puts out their operational plan and budget, and we go to different locations, all of the villages and all of the smaller towns, Muggendai and Bogabilla and all the other smaller towns and locations, and present the operational plan and budget and what sort of makes that to start with is the conversations with people in those areas. What do you want to see out here? What do you want to see in here? Have you got any ideas of something that might be a community project? All that sort of stuff goes into the operational plan and budget, and then it's presented back to the community. The whole idea of the operational plan and budget is to give ratepayers in the community a voice to say what they want or what they don't want in their part of the community. The problem with that is not everybody reads the information within those things, and sometimes it can be a handful of people are advocating for a certain thing and they get it. But then other people are saying, we don't get this out here, but nobody's sort of mentioned it in the negotiation phase.
I've watched all this for many decades, and what I've found now is that councils often don't stick to their basics. So it used to be basically you keep the town tidy, the infrastructure going, focus on your
roads, rubbish, and
that's what it's supposed to be. But now I've seen more and more money spent than ever, grants allocated to projects that then there's no funding to go with it, like ongoing funding. So all these projects get started and then there's no money to keep them going, and our rates keep going up because the bare basics aren't being done. Anyway, I do want to focus on you going live last week at a public Moree council meeting, and I'd like to ask you what led to you going public like that.
Every time I have an objection to something, it's not because I don't want things to progress or things to happen. It's because we haven't been provided with sufficient information to make an adequate decision. There seems to be a bit of perception that because I questioned the Taylor Oval proposal, I somehow am against having a pool. That could not be further from the truth. I desperately want Moree to have a 50-metre pullback. What I question is whether relocating it is generally the only viable option and whether we've been given enough independent evidence.
So Kelly, I'll just interrupt you. I've been watching the Moree pool for a few decades as well. I like swimming and I like the artesian pools down there. So I have been going on and off for years, and I've watched the ups and downs of the Moree pool, and it has cost the taxpayers a lot of money, that pool. So can you just give us a little bit of rundown on what led to the pool maybe being relocated, just with the construction issues, etc.?
Okay, so the pool that was there, the 50-metre pool that was there after the redevelopment in 2012, the foundations underneath it were not done properly by the person who inputted that pool. Council then went through a court process and received compensation of a small amount of money for that thing, which obviously was not enough to do it. We then obtained grant funding and some other stuff, other grant funding and money to redo the aquatic centre and redo the hot pools and the cold pools and everything and redo it again. We sent out a tender. We got 2 responses back. It wasn't a design and construct. It was the 2 tenders received back were partial. So one wanted to do the grandstand and the clubhouse, and the other would do the pools. And that was at Crystal Pools. And in December 2024, 3 months after the new election of 5 councillors that had never been councillors before, we made the decision to go with Crystal Pools. Up until that date, everything was great, everything was fantastic. And then there was a change of GM. The current GM left and we received a replacement, and that replacement went through the contract before getting it signed. And part of the contract with the pool supplier was that if he was held up for a substantial amount of time, then there would be fees. That was okay at the time. Then when the excavation crew come through to dig up the hole, they found water. They found a substantial amount of water. They advised the then GM, the new one, that they couldn't progress until the leak had been rectified, the water in the hole as they were digging. Now, one of the staff members of that company sat with the GM and made an off-the-cuff comment that, why don't you just put it on Taylor Oval? And all of a sudden, we're moving it to Taylor Oval. We haven't had an engineer's report. We have not had somebody who specialises in the building itself come and speak to council or say, this is what's wrong with the building or whatever. We know that the building has water underneath it. It's been in subsidence for some time now, and it requires a structural engineer to look at it. The building, the site itself, where the 50-metre pool was and is still able to be put there, there's nothing wrong with that site now. We just spent $3 million on fixing all of the hot pools and removing any leaks.
That's my thing.
Except the building is an issue, and the building's heritage.
Sorry, you're just cutting out a bit.
Sorry, the building is a heritage listed building, and we have to fix it regardless. Oh, sorry. The building itself is a heritage listed building, and we are obligated to fix it. So, in the report that was released to the public from February 2025, what didn't get put there was the fact that myself and Councillor McGrady were objectionable to the move in the first place, and so was Councillor Sawyer at the point. That we didn't receive enough information, as far as I was concerned, in that report to be able to say, oh yeah, we have to move it. There was no engineer's report. There was no nothing. There was no structural engineers looked at it. So Now we're going to get a structural engineer or some sort of person who's responsible for looking at buildings and stuff to look at the pool and go, yeah, this is what it needs and this is what it's going to cost. There was no costings for Taylor Oval. It was just, oh, let's move it there. No costings, no plans of how we're going to get the water there. Just this monstrous master plan that got developed. And it's a little bit of a, how can I explain it? It's a little bit false advertisement for me. The master plan itself shows, beautiful sporting complexes on there. It shows, amazing parking and all this other stuff there. It shows a grandstand and, a clubhouse and all these fantastic things. That's stage 2, maybe stage 3. Stage 1 is just a 50-metre pool, a canteen, and a change room.
Yeah, can I just interrupt there for a minute, Kelly? I've really noted this phenomena now where consultants, contractors come up with these computer-generated plans that are so far from reality and so far from the finished product. It's not funny, and they're flashed in front of the public in the news, on the council PR, their socials, often now generated by quite expensive PR companies, depending on the council, pumping out the good news. And then when anyone asks any hard questions, they literally get treated like they're the worst humans on the face of the planet. But I see it all the time. I travel around. I've been to areas where they've spent $8 million on a streetscape, and it looks absolutely out of keeping with the town, with the community, and an outside consultant has come in and put this overlay on it with no understanding of the history of the town, the needs, even the trees that suit that area, and then they just get dumped over the top of this town at great expense, and it ends up with all these dead areas, these areas where people literally, sometimes homeless people, got nothing against homeless people, I try and understand where they're coming from, but it's very bizarre to me, and it's very expensive to the taxpayer.
Yeah, well, when you're dealing with millions of dollars of public money and infrastructure, you need that infrastructure to serve the community for generations, and councillors should be asking difficult questions. I want to see engineering evidence. Show me the costs, show me the risks, show me the funding conditions, show the community the alternatives, and make a decision based on evidence. Don't just go, oh, yep, we're going to put it over here now. We have no financial idea how much it's going to cost to build that on Taylor Oval. We're still waiting for the reply of a heritage study, and to my knowledge, when I looked up the fees and charges and information where it says how much we've spent for the year, we've already spent $781,000 on the chasing.
When you run your own business, it's actually not that hard to do a quick cost-benefit analysis, because we can't pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to consultants and things like that. And I can't understand why councils can't apply cost-benefit analysis to everything they do, make it public, and then come up with the best decision for on average. You can't please everyone, like you said, but on average you can produce a good product by doing that. And yet it just seems to be very complicated. Things seems to drag on and on. So I know that there's a whole lot of Moree kids who've missed out on swimming because this pool saga has dragged on so long. It's been good for the Boomai pool, because I know people literally go out to Boomai to learn how to swim, and you can learn how to swim in the river for free. We used to do a lot of that stuff, but it is distressing to a lot of people to see meetings like that. And in my experience of running meetings, it should never even get to that point. If you're running a meeting well, if you're actively listening to everyone in the room, giving them a voice, treating them like equals, treating them like adults, which we are all adults in the room, then really the situation shouldn't get to a point where a councillor has to go live. And I did see a lot of petty behaviour. I looked back through some other things. There was definitely undermining behaviour, petty behaviour. And I see this a lot. Do you think that's because people are in there with agendas that maybe aren't for the whole region?
Absolutely. I have raised several points and have asked several times to have a cost-benefit analysis done on the Mac Centre. We did one on Taylor Oval instead. Like, there was no side-by-side comparison of which was the better site and which was going to be cost less. I know what the answer is already to that. It's going to be the Mac Centre. There is 1,000 things that can be done to negate if there is still the possibility of a leaking into the cavity of where the 50-metre pool should go. We can put channels in, we can put grates in, we can put drainage in. The pool can be lifted up above ground. Like, there's not an issue for that site. The issue is the building. And we're going to, in the report that was released to the public, I asked for the report to, I moved that the report be released, but I wanted it to be actually shown what doesn't exist in that report anymore. Because regardless of the report that came out, we still didn't have enough information to say that we had properly exhausted all options in regards to the MAC. We just had oh, look, it's leaking, we can't find the leak, and we're moving to Taylor Oval. Now, why would we spend $3 million on fixing the hot pools if in that report in 2025 it says we cannot afford both places? So council itself and ratepayers in Moree and Moree Shire, the whole Shire, cannot afford to run two complexes. So what does that mean for the $3 million that we just wasted at the Mac Centre fixing the hot pool?
Yes, well, once again, I have been watching Moree for a long time, and the artesian water and the hot pools, which have the artesian water, are a major tourist attraction, and yet it just never seems to be got right at great expense to the ratepayer and the taxpayer. And I personally think with councils, the focus should be on the region and the ratepayers and residents first and tourists second. But Moree's had a lot of opportunities to make that pool a really world-class attraction. And I know they've got the route from Sydney to Moree, so I know there's I've spoken to Hungarians, for example, in the pool who come up every single year, and yet, you know, they've gone through periods of being closed, lots of structural problems. It just seems to be ongoing, and as a ratepayer, taxpayer, it's very frustrating to watch. And when I saw that meeting last week, I just find my dollars being wasted with people fighting amongst themselves instead of acting like adults is quite concerning, which is why I was keen to talk to you, and I'm happy to talk to all the councillors and the mayor as well for their side, because as I said, there's always more than one side. But I do like to focus on solutions. I think there's a lot of talk about problems. So if you were running a meeting at the Moree Council, how would you go about making sure everyone's heard and that the actual residents are represented?
So my solution is it's quite straightforward. Stop fighting about personalities and establish the facts. Put the realistic options side by side and get a genuinely independent engineering and cost advice for both sites. Confirm the funding requirements and deadlines in writing with funding bodies. To my knowledge, we still do not have it in writing from the state government or the federal government, either one, for one of the grants. We don't have that physically in writing. We have on the phone, we can do that. That's not good enough for me to be spending, $700,000+ already on chasing something that we might not even be able to do. The heritage assessment hasn't even come back yet, but we're going to do it side by side, because if we don't, and the money's not spent by December 2027 or even started by December 2027, we've been told we'll lose it.
Yes, well, it is a problem. I do find that when things run on emotion, self-interest, we do not get the best outcomes. And one of the problems I see with Council and Gary, who I talked to before, commented on this, and this is the block voting. Whereas I personally think that it should be a consensus, so all the evidence should be weighed up, and councillors and mayor should come to an agreement, a mutual agreement on what's the best for the residents, because that's what you are there for, to represent us, not to represent, as you said, personality. Don't like that person, don't like how she speaks, don't like what he does, or your mates. So the trouble I see with the block voting or the voting is that people can gang up, or the mayor gets enough people on side that they pass what they want. So, listen, we're going to have to wind it up, Kelly. I'm really glad that you came on. It was a great chat, and I'd love to get you back after a few meetings and actually just see what's happening, so we have follow-up rather than doing one-off interviews or chats. Anyway, we seem to have lost Kelly, so I'd like to thank you all for tuning in to the first Anna Power Hour. I hope you enjoyed the show, learned something new, and have lots to think about. Constructive feedback is always welcome. Please check out what else is on The Pulse today. It's on YouTube, Facebook, and thepulse.today online. See you later. Hope you tune in next time.
Tell my fool I kept on running. Tell my mare I heard her cry. Tell the mountain I belonged here. Tell the wind I said goodbye. Brumby hoofprints etched for generations in the snow. I've watched the foals become the mares, the stallions old and slow. Here in the snowy mountains where my life began, across hills, ridges and open plains my fellow Brumbies ran. I've led them through winter storms, drought and summer rain, but I can't outrun what follows now. Shield my family from this pain. My ancestors crossed the oceans, but I was born upon this land. These mountains are my birthplace, the Snowies are my clan. These mountains hold our memories, our family history. If home is where you're raised, then this is where we should be. Tell my foal I kept on running. Tell my mare I heard her cry. Tell the mountain I belonged here. Tell the wind I said goodbye. Stay close beside me, little one. The thunder isn't rain. The sky itself is hunting us, and I cannot stop the pain. I gather those I love and turn to face the sound. Though every instinct tells me run, there's nowhere left for us now. These mountains hold our memories, our family history. If home is where you're raised, then this is where we should be. I fall upon the ground, thunder again and again. My heart grows quiet as bullets rain. I thought I had more seasons, more rivers left to roam, more sunrises with my Kosciuszko clan before the mountains called me home. Tell them I was born here, my grandfathers fought heard her cry. Tell the mountain I belonged here. Tell the wind I said goodbye.
Well, poor process is continuing. I hear on the news everyone's talking about global food security. I think this is a really significant issue. We've got Australian agricultural industries being neglected, totally overlooked. Global food security starts with food production. Food production starts with diesel. Diesel security, input security, fertiliser security are all critical factors in food security. I think the poor process that government's adopted is just absolutely mind-blowing. The Energy Minister is prioritising energy over food. I think they've got the priorities completely wrong. The Planning Minister, the poor process, particularly in Victoria, we are a basket case. We are absolutely run by a bunch of nutters. Sonia Kilkenny corruptly approved and altered some planning amendments that impact her personal property. That is corrupt. That is completely corrupt. Sonia Kilkenny cannot be trusted. Sonia Kilkenny is part of the problem. The loony left, which was Lily D'Ambrosio and Jacinta Allen, absolutely is still part of this government. She must go. The Planning Minister has got a lot of problems in Melbourne. She's fast-tracked some AI data centres. There's a lot of opposition with that in Melbourne. In rural areas, she's fast-tracked renewable build. This renewable build is not in Australia's best interests. It's not in the world's best interest or humanity's best interest. Food production, food security is an absolute priority. In Australia, we produce roughly 3 times the amount of food that we consume domestically. The other 2/3 we export. The challenge is we've got to get our priorities right. Our government is absolutely corrupt in Victoria. I think the federal energy minister is off with the fairies. We absolutely need a better process. We cannot have a government that prioritises the wrong areas of humanity. Anyway, look, let's wait and see. It's Ross Johns here from the Wimmera Mallee Environmental and Agricultural Protection Association. Sonia Kilkenny must go, must resign. Ben Carroll, do your bloody job. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day.
Hello, I'm Angus here at the Bureau. Today is Wednesday. This is the National Weather Forecast. We're discussing Thursday's weather. That'll be the 27th of August. And for most of the country, settled and calm conditions. This high pressure region here through western New South Wales really going to flex its muscle and swell out across the east, bringing mostly calm, settled and sunny conditions from Tasmania to Queensland and through our central states and territories too. Meanwhile though, rain in the west. A lot of rain on Wednesday. That'll continue into Thursday, at least for some parts of the state. Queensland will have a really settled, bright, mostly sunny day across the state. There'll be a little bit of cloud from about Yeppoon down to the New South Wales border and the slight chance of a shower around the Gold Coast Coolangatta area. Everyone else should be dry and temperatures are a shade on the warm side of average for the time of year as we head towards those springtime months. Could see an early shower for eastern New South Wales, particularly about or north of Newcastle, but there's not much to that. The rainfall will be light and it will be clearing up as well, tending to a pretty bright second half of the day. A mixture of sunshine and cloud will persist across the east coast and we head for highs of approximately 20 degrees. Early cloud tending to a sunny day for inland parts of the state. Bright, settled and sunny day across Victoria, and honestly not much more to say. The wind is really light tomorrow, the temperatures are mild. It will be quite cold in the morning before heating to a pleasant afternoon, and there'll be some cloud lingering but lots of sunshine as well. And Tasmania could also have a cold morning. We see a few 1 degree temperatures on the map for the first part of the day, but we will head towards a settled and sunny day on Thursday, particularly through the afternoon. Into the evening it could cloud over a touch, and we might even see a late spot of rainfall moving on to the west and the southwest, but that won't be coming through until after dark. For South Australia, this high being in New South Wales means we get the wind on this way. So coming down from the north across SA, that will bring us warm temperatures and sunny skies through the state. We're approximately 20 degrees through most southern areas, although that's just 17 for Mount Gambier, and 22s and 23s for the northern half of the state, with barely any cloud. Now, lots of rain today, as I'm filming, Wednesday, around this part of the coast here. Now, that's pushing inland on Thursday, so expect cloudy skies and scattered rain throughout the wheat belt, the Great Southern, the south coast, parts of the goldfields as well. All of these interior areas likely to see some welcome rainfall tomorrow towards the end of what's been a pretty dry winter. Along the west coast, we will continue to see some showers and some cool southerly winds. That includes Perth, Geraldton. In fact, could see showers all the way up to Carnarvon first thing in the day, but that will clear up in the afternoon. And finally, to Northern Australia, a few showers in and around Broome. Haven't seen a lot of that in recent months. It's a little bit of humidity and moisture across the Kimberley generating those showers there. Other parts of the tropics will stay fine and bright though, including Darwin, warm day, 34 degrees, and it is clear right down through the red centre as well. Thanks for watching. You can always get more weather info on our website, app or social media channels. Have a great day.
G'day, Trooper Cody and Steve with a light horse video, and in the past I've tried to make these videos and I haven't been able to because I get too emotional. So we're going to see how we go with Banjo Patterson's The Last Parade. Now you've got to remember, Banjo Patterson wasn't just a famous Australian poet. He was actually around before World War I started. He wrote poems about horses and horsemen and bushmen before World War I started. And then when World War I started, he went to the Middle East with the very first contingent, the first shipment of horses. He went to the Middle East. He was there for the whole 4 years working at remount depots, which is where horses went to be decided if they were going to the artillery or to the light horse to be ridden. So he was around these wonderful horses for 4 years. And then, as you've seen in a couple of my other videos, we know what happened to those poor horses at the end of the war. And so Banjo wrote a poem called The Last Parade. With never a sound of trumpet, with never a flag displayed, the last of the old campaigners lined up for the last parade. Weary they were and battered, shoeless and knocked about. From under their ragged forelocks, their hungry eyes looked out, and they watched as the old commander read out to the cheering men the nation's thanks and the orders to carry them home again. And the last of the old campaigners, sinewy, lean and spare, he spoke for his hungry comrades. Have we not done our share? Starving and tired and thirsty, we limped on the blazing plain, and after a long night's picket, you saddled us up again. We froze on the windswept cheppies when the frost lay snow white. Never a halt in daytime, never a rest at night. We knew when the rifles rattled from the hillside bare and brown, and over our weary shoulders we felt warm blood run down. as we turned for the stretching gallop, crushed to the earth with weight. But we carried our riders through it, sometimes, perhaps, too late. Steel, we were steel to stand it. We that have lasted through, we that are old campaigners, pitiful, poor and few. Over the sea you brought us, over leagues of foam. Now we have served you fairly. Will you not take us home? Home to the Hunter River, to the flats where the lucerne grows. Home where the Murrumbidgee runs white with melted snows. This small thing surely, will not you give command that the last of the old campaigners go back to their native land? They looked at the grim commander, but never a sign he made. Dismiss! And the old campaigners moved off from their last parade. How bloody sad. You can't like the video, but remember the horses. Cheers. Subscribe, eh? Thank you.
They carried stockmen. They carried soldiers. They carried legends from Beersheba to the mountains of the high country. The thunder herd still rides. Skies and snow gums bow in winter light. 1,000 shadows cross the dawn, their wild hearts burning through the night. Their blood remembers campfire smoke, long dusty trails and stockmen's hands. The freedom of a younger world still running through this ancient land. Listen. The mountains know their language. Listen. The valleys speak their names. They are the thunder rolling beneath the southern sky. From Beersheba's fields of glory to the mountains standing high, no chains can hold them, no walls can tame them. The spirit of the light horse rides, they are the thunder, and the mountains know their names. Across the burning Sinai sands, they carry fate in steady hands. Through dust and fire they thundered on toward Beersheba's fateful dawn. Horse and rider forged as one, a rolling wave against the guns. The desert shook beneath their stride as Australia rose in pride. They are the thunder rolling beneath the southern sky. From Beersheba's fields of glory to the mountains standing high, no chains can hold them, no walls can tame them. The spirit of the light horse ride, they are the thunder, and the mountains know their name. forest ridges. When the world below is gone to sleep, the ancient stallions face the darkness, guarding secrets they still keep. They remember every stockman, every drover, every mountain horseman, every charge, every rider who never came home, every horse who carried him there. Ride on. Ride on. Ride on. They are the thunder. Dark and wide, the spirits of the old light horse still ride beside their stride. No king commands them, no empire owns them, for freedom runs within their blood, as surely as rivers shape the land. They are the thunder. To the high country, the thunder herd still rides.
Our mission at Pets of the Homeless is really simple, and that's to keep vulnerable people and their pets together when they're going through a tough time. Back in 2015, Pets of the Homeless started with a 20-kilo bag of dog food, made it into small packs, put it in a suitcase, and it was just me walking down the streets of Melbourne, one woman on a mission to make a difference. I would share the story on social media.
We've just hit 100,000 meals distributed today.
And the community really responded positively, and it just grew from there.
My name is Kent, and this is Hippo. She's everything to me. She's such a good girl. I got her at a time when I wasn't very stable. I'd come out of prison, I was homeless, but as soon as I got her, I just realised, oh my God, I can't let this dog go. And she's just my best friend. Hippo had a canine equivalent of an ACL injury. I knew there was something really desperately wrong. It was agonising seeing her suffering. My caseworker put me in touch with Pets of the Homeless, and Yvonne said that they could help, and I was just so overjoyed. I wouldn't have been able to get through that medical incident without their help. Like, it just would have been impossible.
That bond between us and our pet is very important, and when someone is going through a really tough time in their life, that bond becomes even more important, and that's what we're trying to protect at Pets of the Homeless.
Who's that?
My favourite quote is, "I always wondered why somebody doesn't do something about that. Then I realised I was somebody." My intention wasn't to actually start a charity, it was to help. It was just putting one foot in front of another, and that's how we got to where we are today. We're now in a warehouse. We have about 150 volunteers. We provide on average about 60 to 70,000 meals every single month. We have a network of about 73 community partner organisations that we work with. We've also taken in hundreds of pets into our foster care program, and we've just reached 2.5 million meals distributed.
In the time that I've been volunteering with Pets of the Homeless, I've seen the community grow, numbers of volunteers, pet food packing, got a brand new van, and we can reach more community pantries and reach more people. The community, whether it's the volunteers who are packing the food, who are foster caring, they've got so much love to give.
I think Pets of the Homeless gives people hope There can be a bit of judgment for people who are homeless and have a dog, but the reality is those dogs have got love and support, and it's so wonderful that Pets of the Homeless are able to help. It really makes a big difference in actual lives. It's really important work.
To the people who have supported Pets of the Homeless over the last 10 years, thank you from the bottom of my heart. There's so many kind people out there, and I'm just grateful for all of them. The work that we need to do is so huge and the need is growing, and we can't do it without the support of our community.
And welcome to the Pulse. Sorry, a bit late, things are running, but we wanted to play that track about the Light Horseman and that beautiful recital on the Banjo Patterson piece of, it was just magnificent, I think, and very, very honoured to be able to play that, because you know how I feel about the entire debacle, about the abomination that we see occurring in front of us with the Kosciuszko National Park, and of course the Brumbies. It's just appalling, to say the least. Big show today, by the way. We're going to talk about some very interesting things, I think, just after this. A much respected writer and a forester. We'll talk to Robert Onfray very shortly about his thoughts on what's happening. And his writing is prolific and just excellent. Instant Polls is our official sponsor. If you want to increase your bottom line, boost your communication with your frontline staff, and gather valuable data from your most important resource, that's your employees, then you can visit instantpolls.online to learn more. Now, this week's poll of the Pulse: do you believe the media coverage of bird flu in Australia is accurate? Just use the QR code on our screen to vote. Each vote is secure and anonymous and verified by 2FA. That's two-factor authentication. Poll closes next Monday, 31st of August, and the result will be broadcast on the Pulse after 4 p.m. Now, the link has been published on our Facebook page. Share the link, and you can ask your family and friends to participate and make your opinion count.
Management was deciding in the dark. We lacked a method to hear from people across the organisation. We started using instant polls under our brand. Their expert design templates made it effortless to ask the right questions of the people who matter most, our frontline teams. We've seen improved profits and happier staff, and we now make better company decisions thanks to instant polls. Join us. Try your first free poll at instantpolls.online.
No animals were harmed in the making of this program. However, we did injure a receptionist and a technician. Sorry. Today's News Talk, The Pulse.
And welcome back. Watch out for those sheep. They'll try and pull the wool over your eyes before you know it. Our guest today is Robert Onfray, who worked for 33 years as a professional forester, land manager, and later oversaw land access in Queensland's mining industry. Now retired, very lucky indeed, he devotes his time to historical research and writing, while also publishing monthly blogs on land management issues across Australia and sharing historical stories gathered travelling around the country, and a great country too. Robert's books include his first book, Fires, Farms and Forests, A Human History of Surrey Hills, Northwest Tasmania 2020. Robert Onfray has released his second book, Paradise Preserved, A History of Forestry on the Fraser Island. When firefighting forgot how to fight fire is what we're going to talk about. First of all, Robert, thank you for joining us.
Hi, Mike. Good to be here.
Your title is just, because I looked at it and I thought, because we talk to a lot of fireys, and do you think they've forgotten, or actually they haven't forgotten, but do you think that government has forgotten how to fight fire?
Yeah, look, they that title's tried to be a catch-all one to grab some attention, and my blog that I wrote about it is actually an attempt to try and get the people aware that things have changed. And these days, you know, every time we have these big fires, the politicians in particular, but also the senior bureaucrats that run the emergency services, they like to blame climate change. And that's just the get out of jail ticket that they use to try and abrogate any responsibility. Now, foresters have developed, and it took a while, and there were a lot of mistakes by foresters themselves, but we learned from them, and we tried to develop a fire management system to deal with the threats and the reality that we face each summer due to the fuels that our forests carry. Now, I think it's probably best, Mike, if I can try and start going right back a century ago to try and put things in context so people can really understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, please do.
So early in the 1900s in America, I'll go to America first because, you know, as you're aware that the Northern Hemisphere across Europe and in Northern America are experiencing some quite large fires at the moment. They've had a very dry and warm summer that's now coming to an end. But in 1910, America had this massive fire in the California area that led to a big change in policy that they said we're going to keep fires out of our forests. Now, it was a very noble thing to try and attempt. It didn't mean that they'd walk away from the forest. They had their fire breaks and they had when I say machinery, what was available in those days before the internal combustion engine came along, but they still actively tried to manage the areas, but they tried to keep fires out. And that's and any fires that started from lightning, they called them natural fires, and let them run. But by keeping fires out of the forest, so changing what had happened over millennia with the Indians managing those areas, it led to a big build-up of fuel. Now, you can see that in Australia, there's a parallel with that. So here in Australia, our earliest foresters were European trained. So they trained in France and England and Germany and learnt what we call the classical forestry, which had been developed for quite a number of years in those pine and boreal forests. And they tried to bring that knowledge to the Australian forests, which, you know, are totally different from the European ones, our eucalypt forests. And they also wanted to keep fires out of our forests in Australia. So we got this situation where while they were trying to bring order to the forest through management plans and working plans and bringing in silviculture, so making sure that when we logged the forest, we were going to get regeneration, which hadn't happened in the 1800s when sawmillers controlled the logging of the forest, and it was just taking the best trees and leaving the worst and not worrying about what was coming back. So these foresters had a big job, and their focus was to make sure we had a resource going into the future. But they also had a fire issue associated with the forest, but they thought they could deal with it by just setting up roads and tracks to get to the forest quickly, put out fires quickly, and they wouldn't destroy the early regeneration that's coming up from the logging that was going on and the works that they were doing to try and encourage the regeneration, such as ring barking and other things like that. But as in America, Australia, we got fuel loads that were very, very high. So we changed from what had happened for millennia in Australia before Europeans arrived, when we displaced the Aborigines and their traditional burning practices gradually disappeared over large areas. We suddenly brought in this system of having no fires wherever we could. But that led to problems. Now, they weren't big at the start. We had the big fires in Victoria in 1851. The next really big ones were probably, you could say, 1898, Red Tuesday in Victoria. But things really started to change just after professional forestry management had started to get a foothold. And in Victoria in particular, Victoria's a very difficult area to manage its forests. Unlike Western Australia, where you've got pretty uniform forests, you've either got the Jarrah forests or the Karri forests with a few other species, but they're fairly uniform forests and they're on relatively flat ground. There's no broken topography. In Victoria, we have, the alpine country dropping down to the foothill forests, with the stringy bark and that carry a lot of fuel right up into the canopy. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But in Victoria, we started seeing the problems. So 1926, I wrote a story about that. So it was 100 years ago in February, we had the 26 fires. And they were a bit of a wake-up call, but not big enough to change policy. We then had a pretty severe drought period in the early 1930s. And southern and northern Tasmania had big fires in 1932, as did Victoria in 32, 33, 34, and New South Wales. And then we had the Victorian fires of 1939, which everyone's heard about, the Black Friday fires of 39. Then there were the 44 fires, 51, 52 in New South Wales mainly, and 61 fires in WA. What that culminated in was a realisation that we couldn't just leave our forests and see the fuels build up, and that's what forests had done. So by the 60s, the early 60s, foresters that were working in our forests were trained in Australia, and they were a bit more aware of the ecology of the Australian forests. They didn't come with that baggage of learning just about the Northern Hemisphere forests. So we had a greater idea of our forests. We didn't have a full understanding. There was still a lot of work going on to try and find out more. But we did know that managing the fuels was very important. And we started doing some fuel management works and burning, but it was very difficult over thousands and thousands of hectares trying to light just from the ground. You don't get much burning done. And at the same time in the 60s, there was a young forester called Alan MacArthur who transferred, he'd worked with the Snowy Mountains fire brigade area. I'll call it brigade. It wasn't really a brigade, but it covered a big area in the southern New South Wales, where you'd be familiar with when you're talking about the Brumbies. It covered the Kosciuszko area when it was a native crown, vacant crown land and leased areas. It wasn't a national park, and they were trying to implement some very active burning because the Snowy Mountain scheme was getting built and people were there, and there were obviously some issues and dangers involved in trying to protect those new assets and the workers in those forests. MacArthur was unique. He was a not your normal researcher that just sits in the ivory towers in a university on campus. He was in the field all the time, lighting small fires and getting empirical data from those fires. He was measuring everything. He had a team of people with him, and on Black Mountain in Canberra, because he worked out of Canberra, they did all these experimental burns, and that's what led to these indices that helped us foresters eventually predict rates of spread and things about fire, so we could plan our burning with a lot more confidence. But the big breakthrough came in the mid to late 60s in Western Australia when we developed the ability to light fires from aircraft. So we could light more areas and get more burning done during the window that's available outside the summer. And so through that, we basically started developing a very sophisticated fire management system that was set up for a European landscape. We no longer had that landscape that you could just implement the cultural burning. It had to come from developing methods and prescriptions to deal with the landscape we had now. We had assets everywhere. We had rectilineal boundaries, you know, so you couldn't just light a fire and let it go. You had to be able to stop it. And through all that work, we became the envy of the Americans. The most technologically advanced country in the world, all through that part of the Industrial Revolution, looked on Australia as we managed to get on top of our fire problem. And we started burning areas in a mosaic pattern. We didn't just burn it willy-nilly. It was we had different areas that we burnt, and we didn't burn every inch of area in our burning area. We were happy to get 50% or 60% of the area burnt. And they were low intensity burns, so we weren't burning into the canopy. And we were trying to mimic what had happened for millennia before us. We weren't doing it perfectly like they did it because we didn't understand it for a start. But also we had a different landscape, so we had to bring in prescriptions that were a little bit different. And the Americans still had their policy of keeping fire out, and they watched on as they got the Yellowstone fire in '88, and in the '90s they started getting, and they even had these massive aeroplanes to try and put these fires out as soon as they started, and they weren't very successful. What we've seen a reversal to all that now in Australia so forestry was in its prime in the 70s and 80s, but due to a greater environmental awareness campaign from people in the cities, there was a lot of focus on forestry activities, not just our burning, but also our logging activities. And that's led to changes that started in the 90s, where forestry has gradually been dismantled as a professional land management practice, where areas have been locked up into national parks because people believe that keeping humans or a human imprint in those areas is what nature needs. And I call it management by benign neglect. Australian forests are what we call disclimax forests. So our eucalypt forest can only survive through disturbance. And that disturbance is basically fire. It can be cyclones, it can be wind, it can be logging, machinery and things like that. But essentially it's been fire. And without that disturbance, eucalypts can disappear because they won't regenerate, particularly in the wetter forests where we get rainforest understory coming up underneath, and you can't burn those areas in the winter. So during the 90s and into this century, we've seen a change in policy in Australia where we no longer actively manage our forests outside the fire season like we did and learnt that lesson from, what we didn't do from the 1920s right up to the 60s. We're going back to that again. And that's the concern that foresters have. We believe that the system that we finally got into place was successful, and that's why I wrote that article, to try and highlight that, having politicians stand together after every fire and say to us, we're doing everything we can, it's climate change, is not true, because they're not doing everything we can.
Yeah, isn't it funny that you can blame an invisible thing, climate change, and the catastrophes that follow, again blamed on climate change. we talk to a lot of the fireys in Victoria, the CFA. Tell me this, government saying, yes, we're doing all we can. Having said that, if you talk to the fireys in Victoria, government is doing all it can not to help. And they're putting their beaks into something that they have done, since Adam was a boy. Is the greatest threat to the forest, to Australia, for that matter, would it be government?
Well, it's certainly the policies that we have today, yes. I mean, I've written a few case studies looking at some fires, trying to understand why we had fires as bad as we did. And the point that I try and make in my stories is that most fires start small, all right? So if you can attack them aggressively and early, you've got a good chance of stopping them from getting big, particularly when bad fire weather comes in a week's time. Now, the 2019-20 fires, a lot of people listening would know about them. It was in the media. It was and it was described as unprecedented, but that's not right. In 1968, we had fires that covered the eastern seaboard and followed basically the same path in 2019-20. Now, the 68 fires aren't well known. When I researched that, the only bit of information I could get from newspaper reports were about houses lost in Sydney, the Blue Mountains and the Illawarra, in built-up areas, and unfortunately a few lives lost. But the fires out in the regional areas, because they caused some problems locally, but they weren't, big news items. So they're not well known. They're the forgotten fires. They burnt the same sort of area, and they're not unprecedented, and it's nothing to do with climate change, because I'll tell you why. The fires in 68 started a month earlier than 2019-20. The temperatures were hotter in a 3-day period in November. I called it 3 days of hell in the 68 fires. And it just goes to show that we're getting the same patterns, but if we change our management, which is what's happened due to government policy in dismantling forestry and fire management experience and personnel, and relying more and more on volunteers, so we're getting rid of the professional firefighting force, who don't have that experience and knowledge in fighting inside forests. They're good at fighting around the assets, and they know their local area outside the forest, but they're not as experienced in those forests. They don't organise the hazard reduction burns in those areas. They don't live and breathe in those forests every day like professional forestry workers did. So, yeah, to answer your question, yes, we can say that it's to do with government, but it's also to do with the public. The public's put pressure on the governments but I don't think it's a vast majority of it's just the most vocal part of the public, trying to convince them that leaving these forests as they are and not, burning low cool burns are bad. They're destroying the environment and the animals. And the bureaucrats and the advisors to the ministers and that have believed them. But there's also activist academics out there as well.
Okay, let's look at a couple of scenarios, if you don't mind. We'll look at Kosciuszko National Park. There's a beautiful park. All the locals there are saying that, one, you shouldn't get rid of the horses, but that the next fire to go through Kosciuszko is going to be the fire of all fires, because the fuel is just there. The horses are being removed, who were preventing a lot of that fuel to be there, to grow. They would eat it and stomp it down and stuff, and yet the horses are being a much maligned creature because they're doing everything wrong. Get rid of the horse, according to the ISC. So we have in the Kosciuszko National Park, according to the locals who've been, these are people who've worked the park, the generations. Do you see the same thing? Because your writing is very thorough, your research is exceptional. You would have noticed that the Kosciuszko National Park is just prime for the fire of all fires. by abolishing or getting rid of, exterminating the horse, and there aren't that many left anymore, and with their approach to just let it grow, do you see, would you agree then with the locals that the chance of the fire of all fires is not a maybe, but it's a very distinct possibility, if not for certain, because we all have, Australia has fires. It just has fires. Bolt of lightning starts one, and before you know it, kapow, there it is. So if the government is saying it's doing all it can to make sure the risk is not there, and yet you have the action of, say, New South Wales government and the National Parks and Wildlife Service obliterating the horses, encouraged by the ISC apparently, or not apparently, they are. How do we protect? How do we stop that? 'Cause to me, it's insane. It's insanity. And any local, any fiery would tell you that you do not want this undergrowth to be sitting waiting for a bolt of lightning, and before you know it, you've got the fire of all fires.
Yeah, look, I know Kosciuszko pretty well, and I've written a bit about it. And I've written about the Brumbies, and I sympathise with the cause. I think that the justification, and you only have to go back to Guy Fawkes in 2000. Read the answer. Every politician, including Penny Sharp and the Labor Party that were in opposition, vowed they would never bring in aerial culling ever again. The CEO of the National Parks and Wildlife Service also said that. Now, that's been lost in the debate because that's over 20 years ago, but that's something that, should be brought to the fore. But look, I don't want to get drawn into that if talking about the fire issue at Kosciuszko, because it's not a totally separate, but it's a bigger issue. And I'll explain why. You mentioned earlier about, having the fires, and we always have fires and that there. The edict that I work by and that we talk about as professional foresters is it's best to have the fires that we want, not what God wants. All right, so if we get the fire that God wants, go to Kosciuszko National Park. It's a disgrace. I was there, I had a study tour there, not this summer gone, the summer before. And I was literally weeping as I was driving through the southern area of the park and the northern area. So this one part of the park got burnt pretty badly in 2003, and these were fires that were started by lightning. Now, what people don't realise is fires, the same lightning strikes that ended up burning through Kosciuszko also started fires on state forests near the pine plantations around Tumut and Tumbarumba and Batlow. That night, that day, the after, they were aggressively attacked, like I mentioned earlier, and they were put out. Fires in Kosciuszko, and in 2003, you've heard about the Canberra fires that wiped out the western suburbs there, Duffy and those suburbs, and killed, unfortunately, quite a few people. They were because they sat and watched those fires burning in areas that they won't put a bulldozer in to try and attack them, because it destroys the environment, according to the people involved. And but it's okay to have an area that burns thousands and thousands of hectares under an intense fire, so burning through the canopy. Now, 2019-20, Kosciuszko burnt again. Now, it's not just that upsets me. It's the areas where I drove through in the southern area, Tom Grogan area. So you've got this area that's got us sloping down to the beautiful flats down below. And this is the area that's been grazed. This is the cattle. This was the mountain men country. You drive through there now and sort of halfway up the slope there, on both sides of the road, on the below and above you, there's at least 50 tonnes per hectare of fuel. Now that's a lot of fuel, and I know with a fair bit of certainty how much fuel's in there, because I stop and I go and do quick plots. My thumbs are calibrated to help me work out how many tonnes per hectare. Now, when MacArthur did all his work, You could fight a fire, a head fire, you could fight it at its head if there were 8 tonnes per hectare of fuel under relatively mild conditions. Now, if you get 50 tonnes and you get bad weather, you got no chance. It's like an atomic bomb going off. So these people that run around saying, oh, we'll wait till a fire starts and we'll send up all these planes and we'll water bomb, they've got no idea, because you cannot fight a fire under those conditions. It's going to burn a big area. It's going to crown because of the fuel in the understory. So the only thing that we can control in the fire triangle, so the fire triangle is made up of weather, oxygen and fuel. We can't control the weather, despite what people think. We can't. That's a simple fact. And we can't control, the oxygen or the ignition source. You've got arsonists out there and you've got lightning strikes and so forth. You can't control that. You can control the fuel. And that's the problem. Since the 90s that I talked about, with the gradual decline of this firefighting model, fuel management has gone out the window and it's causing problems. And like I said, it's like, you've got this beautiful area up in the Australian Alps as a national park that you're promoting to tourists and that, and it's an absolute disgrace. It's not being managed at all. None of the workers that work there go out in the bush. They don't know about any of the bush, and you can't walk through it anyway because it's covered in all the dense shrub understory that comes up after a hot fire. It's primed, ready. So in comparison of seeing that, I then went on to an adjoining private property. So the alpine ash forests in Kosciuszko are gone. They're destroyed. They've had 3 successive fires, just like they've had in areas around Harrietville in Victoria, where the regeneration of those forests are under serious threat, because the forests haven't set seed before the next fire came. I went onto a private property. Now, it burnt in 2019-20. He couldn't keep the fire out, but it didn't burn hot because he had been grazing it and kept the fuel under control. And it's chalk and cheese about what the difference is with the area actively managed on private property compared to the benign neglect on an area that's supposed to be a representative of these areas. It's a disgrace, and it's an embarrassment for Australia.
Tell me, if there is a fire, and there will be, because we have fires. It's just part and parcel of being in Australia. It's not climate change. It's something that's been around since Adam was a boy. But if there is a fire in the Kosciuszko National Park, and you've seen the fuel load, in all honesty, will they be able to stop it?
Well, they think they can because they'll.
But in your experience,
my experience is I never put any of my firefighters under my command into a fire situation where it's crowning. Now, I see volunteers having to been told to go out and protect houses with a crowning fire going towards them. I would never, ever put any firefighters in that situation. We always joked about the Great Eastern Firebreak. If we were ever in that situation, we would fall back to the ocean because you can't, you can only try and work the flanks at the back end of the fire until things moderate. And this is a point I didn't make earlier. In the days when we were so I talked about fuel management, but also there's a corollary in terms of during the fire season where we were successful in stopping fires becoming big fires. We didn't stop all of them. We had the bad year in 83 with the Ash Wednesday fires. There's been a couple of other periods in the late 80s and early 90s that you could say we weren't as successful, but we didn't get the mega fires that we've seen this century. 2003, 2006-07, 2012-13, 2015 in Tasmania, 2019, 2020. I mean, this is unprecedented if you want to talk about, if you want to use that term, because we're just not managing the fuels. And the government's blind to it because you've got activist academics, you've got green NGOs, you've got bureaucrats captured by the whole climate change narrative that's trying to say that, if we stop fossil fuel burning, we'll solve this problem. And we won't. But what we did in our day, and what I was brought up on, we aggressively went and put fires out, and we attacked fires at night. If you look at the inquiries into fires now and read the Victorian one that's just come out, firefighters went home at night when the conditions moderated. That was the golden time that foresters used. Personally, we didn't like it. I'd been at work all day, and then I had to be at a fire all night until 6 the next morning. I was pretty stuffed by the time I got taken off. But it was the best time to try and get something done about those fires. The trick is you've got to try and do something about the fires while they're small and while the conditions allow for it. Kosciuszko is going to be a problem because the fuel levels are high. And if if a fire starts in an isolated area and they don't aggressively attack it, they'll sit there and wait, and they'll put up helicopters and planes and pretend they're doing something about it. And then the big bad fire weather comes, roars through and burns another 20, 30, 50, 100,000 onto private property where they're not liable for the damage. No one can take them to court. And they just sit back and say, oh, we did our best.
Tell
But
me,
they're not.
when you...
So there's a lot of arse covering that goes on when you have these big fires.
I'm just wondering...
Poor decisions are made at the start.
Can a fire, if it's an intense fire, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I recall reading it somewhere or hearing it on the news or whatever, that the fire itself can create its own weather conditions and enhance the conditions beyond all belief.
Yeah, I mean, it's hilarious at the moment because you've got academics studying this at the moment, and that's not hilarious. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that, but the results they talk about is hilarious because they're studying it, which is good, right? And they're coming out with all this stuff, and then they're using models, they're not doing empirical stuff. And look, admittedly, it's hard at a big wildfire to stand there and take measurements and so forth. So they look at what we call proxies. They look at GIS layers that show areas, we've got satellite imagery showing areas that were badly burnt, and they use models to come up with information, and what we call is inferences. And these academics are trying to tell us that the pyrocumulus clouds that have been generated by these big fires this century, again, are unprecedented and are all new. That's not true. It's just because we didn't measure or take records of these events in past fires doesn't mean they'd never occurred. It's just that we're recording them now and being more alert to them, and people are studying them, which is good because it's giving us some information and telling us about how dangerous it can be when the fire gets to that sort of stage. I mean, it's very dangerous, very dangerous indeed.
What about up your part of the woods, a bit further up, if you look over your shoulder heading north? They're plonking all these these giant wind turbines on the Great Dividing Range. They're going to put thousands there, which I'm dead against. And one of the concerns talking to other fireys is that once they're up there, the air support to put the fire out, if there is a fire in that particular part of the woods, so to speak, they can't use air support because of the height of the turbines. If the scrub is so wild, you can't get up there. They're just going to have to let the fires burn out, aren't they? If you can't get fireys into there and you can't bomb it with the from the air, you're not going to put it out. Again, we see. Why would you? And they do catch fire, these things. But again, bolt of lightning or something. Your Mother Nature doing what Mother Nature does. If you can't put out a fire because of infrastructure there, why would you do it in the first place?
Well, I don't think that's a factor that's taken into account. I mean, we've got this transition, a supposed transition that's driven, by a lot of money and incentives from the government. Well, it's our money, not from the government. It's our money, and that's there's a lot of other considerations that should be taken into account. We're talking remnant forests, right? Now, a farmer in Queensland, if he even looks at a tree before he considers trying to put it down on a fence line or anything, people are all over him. But for some reason, the renewable energy companies don't have to worry about it. They can go ahead and do it with impunity. Now, the big issue with fires and those infrastructure projects are the transmission lines. So firefighters are very concerned about the transmission lines that are getting built to have to service these areas, and the risks that they pose, particularly some, from aerial firefighting, which is, again, it's dependent everywhere in Australia. They're totally dependent on it as a first response to these fires. People will say to me that, oh, yes, but we're sending out peoples to fires, and they are, but they're not doing the aggressive things that we used to do in the olden days. Certainly not from, I'm not at those fires, but I'm reading the reports and the inquiries, and I'm looking closely at them and trying to figure out what's gone on and why have these small fires become these tragic fires. And it's all the same themes, unfortunately. So my argument is the government's refused to listen to the professional firefighters. And we're few and far between. We're retiring, we've retired. There's no one coming up to replace us. So we're heading into uncharted waters here, where you've got, there's some good professional firefighters in national parks and through the Rural Fire Service and in the brigades, but there's fewer and fewer of them, and it's going to become a real problem. And this relies on aerial firefighting's fool's game, absolute fool's game, and they need to do studies in America to find out why.
It's interesting. In the UK, the government there in the 90s decided that the police force had to become better policemen and women, and so they all sent them all to university. And one of the late reports I read last year was that 89% of crimes are not solved in London, which means that the police force is not really doing a great job at all. Whereas once before they used to say, stop, or I'll say stop again, because they didn't have guns. This time they have guns, but they're not solving any crimes. And again, government put its beak in and told the police how to be police. Is this the same in Australia with regards to the fireys, to protecting our forests? The government and the ideology of that particular government and particular departments are overriding common sense and proven methods of fighting fires.
Yes. Yep. I mean, it's like I mentioned before. We've got the governments are just relying on a volunteer force. Now, I don't say that disparagingly, but I just say it, to be brutally frank. And, how we have to really address this issue. We're talking about people's lives and houses, and we're all suffering from it. Our insurances go up at every conflagration. I'd really like to get the insurance industry, the peak body involved to really put pressure on the government so that they can say to the government, we don't want to have to keep forking out all this money on these insurance claims. Particularly when you guys aren't doing a good job at trying to minimise the impacts of these fires.
Let's go one step further. I've gone over time, but I'm not going to let you go this easy. The government knows what will happen. They know what will happen. They're ignoring it. Why would they be ignoring it? Is there the farmers are under attack at the moment, for example, in most parts of Australia. The compulsory acquisition of their properties and so forth. So they are under attack, and land. The federal government says they're going to take back 30% of Australia, so that it'll be all under the control of the federal government. And obviously, it's going to be all. We want to go back before Captain Cook got here. If they do that, we become quite shambolic, as a guy once quoted, when it comes to the undergrowth. So we're going to have greater fires in years to come because of the ideology of You know, we would all love all of us to live to be 300 years old and have perfect health and to have riches and stuff, but that's not real. What is real, for example, in the case of the fires, is that unless you control it, unless you have your management in place, unless we understand how those fires work, they're going to burn like hell when they start and will continue to burn, and which will then destroy great parts of Australia. I'm going to take down a little path here. If the government knows all these things and there's an attack on the farming community, which there is, can you sort of join the dots and say, we don't care about those on the land. We don't actually care about the land, but we do care about that you get off it and you move elsewhere because we don't want farmers in that particular part of Australia?
Well, that's probably a consequence of their policy. Look, the answer is very simple, Mike. Governments do not get kudos for managing the fuels outside the fire season. They don't get in the media. All they do is get people bitching and complaining about the smoke. They get kudos when there's big fires because they can turn around and say, look what we're doing to save all these people. If you read any fire management plan that's been prepared today, the focus is on community resilience because that's government speak. That's government kudos. That's governments looking like they're doing their job because it's too hard to try and do the dirty work outside the fire season and they get no credit for it. And that's why we're in the situation we're in now. It's all the politics. Politicians are there for themselves and that's it. And I could say a lot more and I could get a lot more aggressive, but I won't.
Oh, don't let me stop you. Maybe next time. But I'm just thinking, though, because we will run out of time. We've got other guests waiting. Two questions. What would you do? And secondly, is it too late?
Look, it's getting too late, but we can come back from this. And it's what us foresters call, we do a reset burn. And we are doing some at the moment. So firefighters are getting criticised at the moment because some of the burns they're doing, the so-called cool burns outside the fire season, are burning into the canopy. And they're hot burns. And that's simply because there's a lot of fuel. So we have to try and get on top of it. So you've got to do that hot burn, have your wits about you. You've got to have very experienced people carrying it out. And you then come back within a few years because what it will promote is the shrubs to come back and you need to get rid of them and try and open up that understory to get a more open, grassier understory and less shrubs. Now, that's difficult, but it takes a lot of courage and it takes, you've got to have that right priority. We can do it. And us professional foresters that have been trained, we've been trained, we know how to carry out high-intensity burns under control. I did them when I was in Tasmania, all the clear for burn and sow burns that I had to do. We can do it because we're trained in that and we know how to do it. That can happen, but it takes the will of the people, putting pressure on the government and telling the NGOs, the activist academics, and all the Greens that have infiltrated the bureaucracy to get out of the way so that we can save people's lives and save properties. Because we have to manage the land properly. Just leaving it to benign neglect is not an option unless you want to see the carnage that we've been seeing this century. And it's not climate change, that's the cop-out.
But you watch, when there's a big fire, climate change.
Exactly. That's what's going on in the Northern Hemisphere now. All the commentary by these armchair experts that have never been to a fire, let alone had to, make decisions like we've had to do to, when we've tried to say, I've had to wear brown corduroy pants a shitload of times during fires because I've had to make decisions and I've had, the first few hours when a fire starts is scary until you just don't know what's going to happen. You've got people's lives at risk on the fire line and you've got people in the line of the fire. Now, if it's a fairly mild fire, which most of them are, right, it's fine because we do something about it straight away. The problem we're seeing is, and particularly in these national parks and reserved areas, well, in a lot of areas, to be quite frank, they're not doing that. And the fires are eventually getting bigger. And that's when the shit hits the fan, literally. And it needn't be that way.
Yeah, many things needn't be that way, but they are at the moment. I think we had a friend of all places from the UAE stay with us, and he said the West is upside down. Probably half believe that too, although he can't really talk himself. Look, great pleasure chatting with you. I have to say this has been just absolutely wonderful, and would like to do more of these things because your writing is very thorough and it's spot on. When firefighting forgot how to fight fire, Robert Onfray, thank you so much for your time. So if somebody wants to find out more about you, Robert, how do they do that?
Go to my website, www.robertonfray.com. That's spelled AY. And I've got my blogs and that there, and I've also got my Facebook page, Robert Onfray Writer.
Absolutely fantastic. And how's the weather in Hervey Bay today?
Oh, it's a beautiful day today. Down the beach this morning, so
it's hard life, isn't it? Hard life retiring. Do you think you'll ever retire? I mean, you just find something else to do, don't you?
Oh, look, in my case, I've always wanted to write, and it's kept me busy since I've retired. In fact, I don't know how I got through the days when I worked, to be honest. I'm very busy, but I love it. I actually love it. I wish I could get a bit of coin out of it, but I write these books just for pleasure because I won't make money out of it. But it's just, I get a great satisfaction, and I learn a hell of a lot. It forces me to learn lots of things, and that's the great thing. Absolutely. And gives me more confidence.
Yeah, and would love to share a shari with you one day. You're in God's country up there. Take care.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Robert Onfray there, here on The Pulse.
Hello, I'm Angus here at the Bureau. Today is Wednesday. This is the National Weather Forecast. We're discussing Thursday's weather. That'll be the 27th of August. And for most of the country, settled and calm conditions. This high pressure region here through western New South Wales really going to flex its muscle and swell out across the east, bringing mostly calm, settled and sunny conditions from Tasmania to Queensland and through our central states and territories too. Meanwhile though, rain in the west. A lot of rain on Wednesday. That'll continue into Thursday, at least for some parts of the state. Queensland will have a really settled, bright, mostly sunny day across the state. There'll be a little bit of cloud from about Yeppoon down to the New South Wales border, and the slight chance of a shower around the Gold Coast Coolangatta area. Everyone else should be dry, and temperatures are a shade on the warm side of average for the time of year as we head towards those springtime months. Could see an early shower for eastern New South Wales, particularly about or north of Newcastle, but there's not much to that. The rainfall will be light and it will be clearing up as well, tending to a pretty bright second half of the day. A mixture of sunshine and cloud will persist across the east coast, and we head for highs of approximately 20 degrees. Early cloud tending to a sunny day for inland parts of the state. Bright, settled and sunny day across Victoria, and honestly not much more to say. The wind is really light tomorrow, the temperatures are mild. It will be quite cold in the morning before heating to a pleasant afternoon, and there'll be some cloud lingering, but lots of sunshine as well. And Tasmania could also have a cold morning. We see a few 1 degree temperatures on the map for the first part of the day, but we will head towards a settled and sunny day on Thursday, particularly through the afternoon. Into the evening it could cloud over a touch, and we might even see a late spot of rainfall moving on to the west and the southwest, but that won't be coming through until after dark. For South Australia, this high being in New South Wales means we get the wind on this way. So coming down from the north across SA, that will bring us warm temperatures and sunny skies through the state. We're approximately 20 degrees through most southern areas, although that's just 17 for Mount Gambier, and 22s and 23s for the northern half of the state, with barely any cloud. Now, lots of rain today, as I'm filming, Wednesday, around this part of the coast here. Now, that's pushing inland on Thursday, so expect cloudy skies and scattered rain throughout the wheat belt, the Great Southern, the south coast, parts of the goldfields as well. All of these interior areas likely to see some welcome rainfall tomorrow towards the end of what's been a pretty dry winter. Along the west coast, we will continue to see some showers and some cool southerly winds. That includes Perth, Geraldton. In fact, could see showers all the way up to Carnarvon first thing in the day, but that will clear up in the afternoon. And finally, to Northern Australia, a few showers in and around Broome. Haven't seen a lot of that in recent months. It's a little bit of humidity and moisture across the Kimberley generating those showers there. Other parts of the tropics will stay fine and bright though, including Darwin, warm day, 34 degrees, and it is clear right down through the red centre as well. Thanks for watching. You can always get more weather info on our website, app or social media channels. Have a great day.
The king may rule over land and sea. The lord may live right royally. The soldier ride in pomp and pride. The sailor roam over ocean wide. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The writer thinks, the poet sings, the craftsman fashion wondrous things. The doctor heals, the lawyer pleads, the miner follows, the precious leads. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The merchant, he may buy and sell, the teacher do his duty well. But men may toil through busy days, or men may stroll through pleasant ways. From king to beggar, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The farmer's trade is one of worth. He's partner with the sky and earth. He's partner with the sun and rain, and no man loses for his gain. And men may rise, or men may fall, but the farmer, he must feed them all. God bless the man who sows the wheat, who finds us milk and fruit and meat. May his purse be heavy, his heart be light, his cattle and corn and all go right. God bless the seeds his hands let fall. For the farmer, he must feed us all.
And welcome back to The Pulse. I have to say, Robert Onfray, just magnificent. Enjoyed the conversation very much indeed. And because I can talk and talk and talk, I felt worried for him at one stage. I thought he'd be here till midnight. Then I felt sorry for our next guest. He'd be here till 1 o'clock, waiting for me to shut up. But Robert Onfray, absolutely fantastic, and thank you. Instant Polls is our official sponsor. If you want to increase your bottom line, boost your communication with your frontline staff, and gather valuable data from your most important resource, that's your employees, then visit instantpolls.online to learn more. Now, this week's poll on The Pulse: do you believe the media coverage of bird flu in Australia is accurate? Just use the QR code on our screen to vote. Each vote is secure and anonymous and verified by 2FA. Now, the poll closes next Monday, 31st of August, and the result will be broadcast on The Pulse after 4 o'clock. And the link has been published on our Facebook page. Share the link and the love, and ask your family and friends to participate, because your opinion does matter.
Management was deciding in the dark. We lacked a method to hear from people across the organisation. We started using instant polls under our brand. Their expert design templates made it effortless to ask the right questions of the people who matter most, our frontline teams. We've seen improved profits and happier staff, and we now make better company decisions thanks to instant polls. Join us. Try your first free poll at instantpolls.online.
You're with Mike Ryan, telling it as it is. Today's News Talk, The Pulse.
And contrary to some, especially Peter Campion, who said that was photoshopped, it's not. It's a real photo, and that was taken recently. Well, pretty recently anyway. Carl Cooper is a man of many, many talents with a background in music, teaching, pharmacy, and more recently farming. After many years in the pharmacy business, Carl Cooper returned to Tassie and a farm in Rowella. He is active in the West Tamar community and holds many community roles, including that of President, Tamar Valley Business Association. Carl, thanks for joining us.
How you going, Mike?
Good. Another one, retired. Have you ever worked so hard?
No, actually, the last 10 years we probably worked harder than we were when we were working, but that's the way it is when you're retiring.
Yeah, tell me about
I don't think the term is correct. I think retirement should be repurposed, I think.
Yeah, and you're living in God's country too. It's lovely wines in that part of the world.
My word.
Far too many bottles, I would say. Tell me about the data centre, the Firmus data centre. What's the
current state of play? Well, It's been a big story. You remember reporting a few weeks ago that there was an announcement about Firmus in Tasmania, and basically the West Tamar blew up because people really were upset because they had very little understanding of what the assessment and the approval process was, because they were kept relatively in the dark in relation to the process. So yesterday in Georgetown Council, the application for the Bell Bay AI Centre, it was approved through the local council at Georgetown, and there was about 80 or 90 people at Bell Bay outside the council complaining about the process and about the concerns they had, which were generally, they weren't dismissed out of hand. The council was very open, they listened to their concerns, but the process of approval went through 6-1, and therefore it's been approved and it will be built unless the state government comes in and changes what's been decided.
Tell me about the limitations or caveats.
There are a number of conditions on the approval that have been reported in the media. Issues of sound, water use, electricity use, although that's not part of the council's responsibility. There have been engaged a number of conditions. I think out of hand it's 8 or 10 conditions on the approval. The concerns that the community have generally been avoided by the process. So the process has been kept away from the community as much as possible, although in recent weeks firms have made attempts to make public meetings and address some of the concerns. So there were 2 or 3 of these drop-in centres. Interestingly, the process that Firmus engaged with their consultants was you can come in and talk to some of our people, but you're only going to talk to them one-on-one. So I think the ability for the community to really get involved in the communication between the experts and the general public was curtailed because the meetings were organised in such a way as it wasn't really an open process. So I think people felt a little bit aggrieved by that quietly, and yes, their concerns were voiced and addressed privately and quietly in the corner, but there are still very significant issues with considering the amount of money that's being spent on these facilities, considering the potential health risks to the community, considering the fact that there's extremely large amounts of water use. Look, this is new technology. We're not against data centres per se. Our main concern in Tasmania, I think, from the general community's perspective, is the assumption that they employ large amounts of local people and it's going to have social benefit are really under question. So a very large centre that's being built to basically generate AI technology doesn't necessarily mean that there's a benefit for the local community in terms of local employment. And I think that's been overstated. But I'll go one step further. I think there's no contractual arrangement on these data centres to employ any number of people. It's just an assumption made by the business saying we're going to employ 100 people or so, and therefore it's going to be of great benefit to the community. There's no real reason because once they're built and they're tied up to a network, there's no reason why the parent company in Singapore can't flick a switch and generate and control these spaces from afar. So please show me the business case to me that makes sense to the community, and listen to the community's concerns so that they're actually involved and they see some benefit, because ultimately it's the people who live in the community that are affected.
Yeah, it's to say they're going to employ, there's not much to do, let me tell you. It's not a whole lot to do. Tell me about the where are they getting the energy from, and where are they getting the water from? What do they do with the runoff, the water that they use to cool the data centre down itself? Can't reuse it because of poisons. So what about those concerns?
Well, there are a couple of things at play here. My wife and I were in Singapore 2 weeks ago, interestingly, and I was exploring the idea of whether they built them in Singapore. Surprisingly, the Singapore government hasn't approved any data centres in Singapore, because obviously they don't think they don't support the technology, although the parent company for Firmus actually is based in Singapore, which is an interesting perspective. However, energy in Tasmania is a complex beast at the moment because there are significant issues in relation to baseload energy supply to manufacturing in Tasmania. So in recent weeks, Liberty Bell Bay, which is a manganese smelter at Bell Bay, is closed because they couldn't actually get an energy deal with the hydro in Tasmania to support continued support of manufacturing in the manganese smelter. And there's a big news story in recent weeks in Tasmania over the possible energy supply in relation to Comalco in Tasmania. So Comalco has been here for many years. They employ some 550 local people. They have independently of that, they have probably 1,200 people rely on Comalco, and the state government is playing footsie at the moment with the federal government in relation to whether the feds should actually give them additional support in order to get Comalco to stay here in Tasmania. Now, all of you on the mainland states have heard about what's happened in Queensland and some other states in Australia in relation to the federal government financially supporting Comalco and their other larger operations in the north. However, in Tasmania, the state government is very concerned about whether they get additional support to be able to support an energy deal with Comalco. Now, this is complicated because Firmus has come in at a really interesting part of Tasmania's history, because many years ago when hydro was set up in Tasmania and the hydro system was built, this is real green technology. This has been here since the 40s and 50s in Tasmania, and it's basically allowed Tasmania to have access to good baseload energy, clean energy through the hydro system, and they've been able to support large industries such as Comalco and Liberty Bell Bay and others to generate and manufacture materials and have an export industry in heavy manufacturing. Now, I was fortunate enough to listen to the General Manager of Comalco speaking today at Beaconsfield, and he reiterates that there probably will be an energy deal, but at what cost? So Hydro and the Tasmanian government will want to squeeze as much out of the deal as possible, but if the community's concern in relation to employment at Comalco fails and a deal is not done, that will have a massive effect in the north of the state, and this will affect our community here at West Hamer, the Georgetown municipality and Launceston, and cause a great deal of complaint and great deal of concern.
I don't understand. Tasmania has always prided itself as being a very natural part. You know, it's this wilderness, and we eat the best, and we blah blah goes on.
Yep.
You got this massive data set.
Yep.
Whether they like it or not, the energy it will use, I'm sorry, it's going to impact the whole of Tassie.
The 3 data centres combined will take a third of Tasmania's power.
So where do you get that power from?
Well, the current system is such that most of it's generated through hydro. As I mentioned in the previous interview, there are wind factories, wind farms right up in the northeast, up towards Muscle Road Bay, right up in the northeast, going across to Burnie. There's a couple of big, there's one at Bothwell up in the Central Highlands, as well as an additional one being built there and approved, and also on the west coast down near Strahan and Queenstown. So Tasmania is ideally suited for wind technology, but only in certain places. The concerns most local people have is, look, I support the fact that we need to support the traditional coastal areas of Tasmania and don't basically give them away and spoil them. Most Tasmanians live here because it's a pretty place, the fishing's good, the walking's great, but at what cost do we do that to destroy our natural environment and make it basically like everywhere else in the world? People come to Tasmania because this is a special place in the world. You know, I've been across the globe. I know countries. My wife and I were in Switzerland 2 years ago. Like, they have managed to manage technology in some of these countries well, but we need to do it better because Tasmania's a small place. It's got a relatively aged population. It's getting older in terms of its demographic. It has issues in relation to looking after a relatively disadvantaged population, so our service delivery is not failing, but it's certainly under a great deal of stress. So our hospital systems, our schooling systems, our social services are really not at the moment up to speed to be able to deal with our current population. So the state government is trying to do all these things, including building a stadium, which means that there are not lots of cash left over to do the hard bits to make the place sustainable and benefit the people who live here.
And it's all very well talking about wind turbines. They are a blight on the horizon. And secondly, also, and which I never knew, but we have had scientists on that talk about wind droughts. So if you have a wind drought and they just stop, and you have this data centre, I can tell you now which will get first dibs, and it won't be the residents, it'll be the data centres. Because if they stop, then they're in trouble. The next thing is, again, talking about how beautiful and how natural, and that's why Bob Brown, in my mind, he was a legend for what he did for Tasmania.
He did.
But if you look at the runoff from the water, now if they say we're going to store that in a big dam or whatever, then you got, will it affect the water table? If you pump it back into the Tamar itself, you've destroyed the Tamar. So, and it's all very well saying it's going to employ all these people. It's not. It's going to be, we can get by with the energy because of the wind turbines. It's not. We're going to manage the water so that it will go where?
Well, currently it would potentially have to be taken away from the site. It certainly wouldn't be allowed to go in the river. I haven't read the detail of the approval that went through yesterday, but I would suspect that there have to be some system of getting it away from the site and either moving it by pipe away from the site. Certainly wouldn't be allowed in the river, but I don't imagine they'd have enough capacity there to use it on site, and it wouldn't be a suitable. It wouldn't be suitable for agriculture either, because
No.
there would be contaminants in the water as well. Yeah.
So I'm just thinking, okay, so we'll build a dam, a big pond to pump the water into. Again, you're destroying the environment.
You are. Now, one of the key things that people have identified in relation to this process is, one is the government has been elusive in relation to communicating any approval process before the fact. So, there's been a number of public meetings, not only in Exeter where we are, but also in the north of the state, because farmers generally across the state are concerned with, and I mentioned this in my previous interview with you, Mike, the Mariners Link project. So the Mariners Link project is a very large connection between Tasmania and the mainland states in order for Tasmania to move energy in and out of Tasmania. And there are farmers up on the north in areas such as Ulverston, Devonport, where their properties are going to be impacted in terms of bringing in large energy currents through their property. And so the state government is in the process now of acquiring property in order to move energy back through the state through the Mariners Link 1 and 2 projects. This is a blight on our country to be able to do that and take away farmers' rights in relation to doing their legitimate farming enterprises. I don't see why the government has to get into that space and spoil some of the best agricultural land in Tasmania.
Tell me this, to get good government,
yeah,
and you do need good government, and at the moment, I mean, you can't just look at Tassie, look at the whole of Australia failing miserably in most states, if not all of them, and federally. It's, I don't look forward to the future in Australia because I think it's going to look vastly different than what we're experiencing now. But to get good government, do you think Tassie's at a disadvantage because it's a small state population-wise?
We do have a problem in relation to running two houses of parliament. Mm-hmm. So we've got an upper house and a lower house. I think you had Ruth Forrest on your show after I spoke last time. Ruth's an upper house member. She's the head of the energy committee at the state parliament, and she's been trying to get public and discuss some of these broader issues in relation to energy supply in Tasmania. Decisions are made quietly and agreements are made quietly behind closed doors that need to be seen the light of day. So if Firmus are given a nod a couple of years ago to come to Tasmania, where is the community involved in that process? So if there's no great public benefit in terms of employment, although they're taking a third of Tasmania's energy supply, it ultimately means that Tasmania is going to pay a lot more for their energy. And the poor old taxpayer is the one at the end of the line who basically bankrolls the whole exercise. And Tasmania's got very significant issues in relation to education standards of students coming out of schools. The running of hospitals in Tasmania is really struggling. It's a very complex population, an elderly population that requires these services in spades. And like a lot of other places in Australia, but particularly in Tasmania, people find it very hard to navigate these places. But the government is failing in terms of communicating with the people that's trying to help get through life. So they don't articulate their arguments very well. They make decisions quietly, but the community doesn't hear them. The local members of parliament are nowhere to be seen in the public, but they make calls and judgments in the community that really have a lifetime effect for people that's really difficult for people to deal with. So what we're asking for is more leadership in the community. We would like to see the federal members stand up. If there's an energy deal being done at Comalco, we'd like to hear what the feds are going to do. We'd like the state parliament and the state politicians, the ministers for energy, to stand up and basically tell the voters what he's going to do in relation to benefiting the community. And if they're not standing up and speaking their case and are hiding behind whatever they're hiding behind, the community don't have faith in the government, and therefore people start getting cranky. And that's obviously, Mike, what happened a few weeks ago when the community got together and had a good crack, because they don't want a place that they don't have any say in. So communities that don't get reassurance, that means people don't speak to them, they generally get disenfranchised, get angry, and they start to get resentful. Now, all of us in Australia have seen, minor parties and independents get traction in communities across Australia. If we're going to have a country or a state that we're going to manage better, we need our political figures to stand up and lead. And if they don't lead, they probably should leave and get someone else who does it.
Mm. The problem is, though, you may not find anybody. I mean, I'm not making fun of the small population, but people have lives to lead and stuff, and to throw themselves into politics. In the best of occasions, it's not worth it. But this is more of an impulse on them than what most people would think about. The other thing is the AFL is up and cheering, and I'm an AFL supporter. Miserable side, St Kilda, I follow, but that's another sad story which I won't get into at the moment because I'll end up drunk and very miserable. But the terrible club. I mean, I love my club, by the way. But anyway, so is the new stadium and the new team, is it a welcome distraction or is it not?
Unfortunately, during the last state election, there was an extremely polarised argument in Tasmania, particularly, and now I'm in the north of the state, and obviously there are people who live, and the larger population centre is in Hobart. And I must recognise that I was born in Hobart, so I probably understand some of the state politics better than some. But Hobart seems to get everything and the north doesn't get a lot. We've had Hawthorn decide they're not going to continue the deal into Launceston. We've had Bogue's Brewery closed in the last 3 months with a premium heritage site that the state government's trying to work out how to deal with. We've had the announcements about things that have closed, like Liberty Bell Bay. The state government's having trouble doing a deal through hydro with Comalco. We're sort of recognise that the north of the state traditionally has been really the powerhouse of Tasmania. It's where all the money is made, it's where all the agriculture is, it's where all the mining is and forestry. This is where the state actually generates its income. However, the entitledness of the south, although they probably don't recognise it, is a significant issue because all the dollar spend basically is going south. Now we need the state to share across. We need the state authorities to share that money across the state, benefit places like Launceston, places like Devonport, Burnie, all the bigger regional centres that aren't Hobart based, because people need to be safe in those places, need to have a good quality of life, need to have services that the government pays for. And yes, we'll eventually get through the football issues and the establishment of the Tasmanian team, which is widely supported. However, I doubt very much in terms of the commentary in the north of the state whether the building of the stadium in Hobart has really got wide support.
I hope that when you play St Kilda, you are kind to us, because we do need a bit of kindness. And just finally, how does Launceston and surrounding areas pick itself up? Because to lose Hawthorn, a terrible side by the way, and then to lose Bogues, which is like shocking.
It's like losing a religion when you lose Bogues.
It's terrible. I'd become a Christian before you knew it. But what happens? How do you pick yourself up? Because there's two big industries there: the football and Bogues.
I'm a pharmacist by trade. I'm well trained in public health. I recognise that in order to help your population, there are a couple of key things that need to happen. You need to educate your state, and Tassie used to do really well. The public education system in the 60s and 70s was one of the best in Australia. It's really struggling now. School standards have dropped, and things like public housing, education, quality of healthcare, nutrition, accessible food at a reasonable cost. All these things help to make our communities sustainable and basically help the health of our community. The caveat on Tasmania is we've got an ageing population. Now, I'm on the CODA board in Tasmania, the Council of the Ageing, which is an organisation which advocates for older Tasmanians. There are organisations like that all around Australia, but particularly in regional Australia, there's a lot of older populations that need additional services that aren't necessarily there. The federal government's redone the Aged Care Act in Australia, and there are significant issues in relation to the turnout and the services that are available in that space because the government's trying to save some money. But we need the right levers in there, and we need the right supports for people to live in regional Australia. It's not just about Sydney. And it seems to me that we're concentrating on the larger metropolitan areas to the detriment of the regional centres. And as you know, Mike, I spent time in Wagga. Wagga was a great city. It was a little bit out of the radar of Sydney, so it was a fair way out. But they do have a very strong sense of community. And that's one thing that Tasmania really does in spades. They really have a very strong sense of themselves. And Tasmania is a strong place because of that. However, our current leadership is not great, and we just need the place better organised. So, you know, if we can address some of those issues, then the community will be better for it. We'll attract more people who want to live here, because you know, Melbourne's not the greatest place to live. It's a big place. There's too many people. Everything's expensive. The quality of life is not as great as we have. We have a very special place in Tasmania that people need to recognise. There are people that turn up in Tasmania to retire here or to visit here, and they've heard about it from the other side of the globe. So I remember sitting with a girl on a Virgin flight into Hobart a couple of years ago, and she flew from Austria to Hobart to do the Three Capes walk. Now, that's a very special thing that happens in Tasmania, because there are people who know where Cradle Mountain is. They know where, you know, Fraser National Park is. They come here because there's some really fantastic places to visit. Yeah.
And also, that after the walk, of course, a Boag's beer would have gone down quite nicely.
Well, unfortunately, they don't make any Boag's beer now because the operation is now closed. Yeah.
Can you just tell me? I'm quite surprised at that, because the picture of the guy with the beard on the front of it and stuff. Where do they move to, or are they just closed?
I think most of their Australian-based stuff is in Melbourne now. I think they've moved it into Melbourne somewhere. But generally, the government and the tourists and the business groups in Launceston are looking to repurpose the old Boag's site. It's a very impressive site. It's quite a large site in the middle of Launceston. And they're talking about moving some of the agricultural operations into there, such as the farmers market, which would be great. I would think that having niche businesses in there would be fantastic for the tourist industry. Launceston has many people that come through on short stays. They stay in our accommodation in Launceston and in the north of the state. It's a very easy place to get to from the mainland states. People come here for the weekend. We have some very good events that are organised in Launceston. You know, I don't want to talk Tasmania down, but I think some of the structural issues in Tasmania we need to address for the long term. Yeah, that's
and
important.
never trust a Victorian. They stole your brewery, pack of mongrels for that. Hawthorn stopped playing in Launceston. Never trust them, okay? Just don't trust them. Where did you were in Wagga, weren't you? So you would have been either a North supporter or who did you follow in footy?
Well, my son played grade football in Sydney. He went to school for a couple of years in Sydney, and the school he went to played club football. He's over the years. My son's now 33, and he went north. He got a surveying degree, and he went and worked in the NT. So he was playing club footy up there too. So eventually when you get old, Mike, you know that your body's not as good as it used to be, and you start
That's why God made whiskey. Medicinal purposes only. See, I've got to keep a straight face because I always tell the truth. Look, it's been a pleasure chatting with you, Carl. If somebody wants to find out more about what you do,
the Tamar Valley Business Association has a Facebook page and also a web page. You're welcome to log in. We'll certainly communicate with those pesty Victorians. That's fine. We like our football in Tassie. We like our place. We have a very strong sense of place, but above all, we need to plan for the future. We need to make this place better. Yeah.
What's the bet? I should have a bet. I'll bet you a bottle of Tamar Ridge, not Sauv Blanc, Pinot Noir, a Pinot. Okay, on that, I bet you that there is a bunch of Sydney players who aren't playing at the moment, who may end up in Tassie, and they're all very good players. And what they did was, I mean, we're all allowed to make mistakes in life. So anyway, so I bet you they end up playing for blokes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Don't you touch our St Kilda players. We haven't got many good ones. They're all injured. Thank you so much for your time, Carl. Enjoyed it immensely.
Thank you.
Have a glass of red for me later on. This is The Pulse.
So many places where they're using 1080 poison baits.
Yeah, it's an absolute travesty, mate.
It really is.
1080 baits, if you've seen what a 1080 bait does to a dog, it's one of the most horrific things you'll ever witness. And the second you see something like that, you'll be a big advocate for getting rid of 1080 baits. It's not the way to solve the problem with wild dogs and foxes and things like that.
On Sunday, August the 30th, I got a phone call from my husband. I wasn't here, I was out in Aramac staying with family. And he rang me very distressed and crying on the phone and told me that Tippy was dead. And he then described to me how that happened. He said he was inside, heard Tippy outside yelping, which progressively rapidly went to screaming, and he was thrashing him, throwing himself around. He went under my car, which is parked on the veranda in a carport, threw himself under the car and up under the wheel arch, obviously looking for sanctuary. Greg tried to grab him and got hold of his leg, and as he did that, he just dropped dead. So he rang me and told me about this, so I was obviously quite distraught as well. And then he had to go into town, into Bundaberg, to pick up for a pre-arranged appointment. And when he came home a couple of hours later, Faye, our Moree dog, was also dead. So within a couple of hours, we're not sure, any time between 9:30 and midday is when she died on that morning. So yeah, Greg took them to bury them, and and he took Ted with him when he buried these two dogs, and Ted was there with him. And after Greg finished burying them, he wouldn't leave. He just laid, he sat, moved around. He wouldn't leave the gravesite. So Greg had to literally pick him up and take him away. So he knew his mates were in there. So yeah, sorry.
1080 is not a humane poison, and despite people's claims that it is humane, we now recognise that that's not the case. It's not good enough to pretend to ourselves that it's humane and keep on doing the same old thing that we've been doing for years. There's no excuse to keep on using a poison that is not humane and that we know is not humane.
Taman Park training allows you to understand how this landscape functioned long before any human interference. So we spend our time teaching people how to read the landscape, understand the functions that used to exist, and then implementing soft works that enable that function to operate again, whilst we overlay it with our production systems, whatever they may be. And for everybody that might be different, maybe cropping, maybe grazing, maybe horticulture, all sorts of different things. It's more about getting the landscape to function so that these production systems work very well.
The biggest benefit of Taman Park training is getting people out in their landscape, looking at where that they can improve things, where they can look at slowing flows of water, because it's so desperately needed everywhere.
Talon Park training teaches you the 5 pillars of natural sequence farming so that you can use them to restore your landscape. They are slow the flow, let all plants grow, careful where the animals go, filtration is a must know, and return it to the top to recycle the lot.
Each of the 5 pillars of natural sequence farming have a practical application out in the landscape, and in our Talon Park training we teach people how to put that into practice on their landscape.
Slowing the flow in action could include practical applications such as contours and hill ponds and gully ponds, which all act to slow the flow of water and fertility moving across the landscape and promote it being stored under the surface where plants can access it more readily and it's not being lost to our rivers and creeks and eventually to the ocean or evaporation from the sun.
When I'm building a contour, I use an excavator, and using an excavator I'm able to sculpt the bank to the height that I want it to be, as well as making sure that it's the right level and make sure the spillways are put in the correct location for it to function the best way properly.
Let all plants grow means that we want to focus on diversity and as much diversity as possible, as all plants growing, no matter what they are, fill 5 key roles for our landscape, and they include solar powered air conditioners, moisture magnets, processing factories, soil builders and pumps.
One of my favourite things to see is when I go out in the paddock, I'm able to see the change that happens, the new plants that come in, as well as trying to figure out why they're there and what the job is they're trying to do.
Pillar number 3 for Talon Park training is careful where the animals go. And behind that is about understanding that we need to manage our animals in a way that suits both them for a production focus for our farm, but also an ecological focus and ensuring that they are looking after the landscape and not causing it any undue issues.
When I'm being careful where the animals go, I'm making sure that whatever stock it is in the correct paddock for the right amount of time, make sure they're not affecting the land in a negative way, as well as that I want to make sure the animals are always happy and they have the best place to be, and happy animals make me happy.
Pillar number 4 is filtration is a must know. Filtration is an extremely important process of our landscape.
The aim with filtration is to make sure that when your water is moving through the landscape, that it's clean and that everything that's flowing through it is being absorbed by the plants, all the minerals and different things like that. And the aim is that when you see that water flowing across your property, it's usually better to drink it because it's perfectly clean.
Pillar number 5 is return to the top to recycle the lot. The big thing is about collecting fertility that's moved down, taking it back up to the top and putting it there to break down and then feed it all back down. So rather than letting everything be lost, we're actually letting it recycle over and over again, which is how nature always operated, and we're just getting that started all over again.
Return to the top to recycle a lot is cutting and carting hay from the bottom to the top, animals grazing and then pooping again back at the top of the system, and pumping water that's been moved down to the bottom through the system back to the top to be recycled again.
I think it's really important that we work on our Australian landscapes. As a mum with children, it gives me great hope that there is a great future and things can be moving forward and getting better right across the country.
You can get going with natural sequence farming by going onto the Talon Park training website. You can sign up to a 4-day course. We also have our upcoming online courses, and there will be a community for people to join that have done one of those trainings. So you can learn with other like-minded people.
Hello, I'm Angus here at the Bureau. Today is Wednesday. This is the National Weather Forecast. We're discussing Thursday's weather. That'll be the 27th of August. And for most of the country, settled and calm conditions. This high pressure region here through western New South Wales really going to flex its muscle and swell out across the east, bringing mostly calm, settled and sunny conditions from Tasmania to Queensland and through our central states and territories too. Meanwhile though, rain in the west. A lot of rain on Wednesday. That'll continue into Thursday, at least for some parts of the state. Queensland will have a really settled, bright, mostly sunny day across the state. There'll be a little bit of cloud from about Yeppoon down to the New South Wales border and the slight chance of a shower around the Gold Coast Coolangatta area. Everyone else should be dry and temperatures are a shade on the warm side of average for the time of year as we head towards those springtime months. Could see an early shower for eastern New South Wales, particularly about or north of Newcastle, but there's not much to that. The rainfall will be light and it will be clearing up as well, tending to a pretty bright second half of the day. A mixture of sunshine and cloud will persist across the east coast and we head for highs of approximately 20 degrees. Early cloud tending to a sunny day for inland parts of the state. Bright, settled and sunny day across Victoria, and honestly not much more to say. The wind is really light tomorrow, the temperatures are mild. It will be quite cold in the morning before heating to a pleasant afternoon, and there'll be some cloud lingering, but lots of sunshine as well. And Tasmania could also have a cold morning. We see a few 1 degree temperatures on the map for the first part of the day, but we will head towards a settled and sunny day on Thursday, particularly through the afternoon. Into the evening it could cloud over a touch and we might even see a late spot of rainfall moving on to the west and the southwest, but that won't be coming through until after dark. For South Australia, this high being in New South Wales means we get the wind on this way. So coming down from the north across SA, that will bring us warm temperatures and sunny skies through the state. We're approximately 20 degrees through most southern areas, although that's just 17 for Mount Gambier, and 22s and 23s for the northern half of the state, with barely any cloud. Now lots of rain today, as I'm filming, Wednesday, around this part of the coast here. Now that's pushing inland on Thursday, so expect cloudy skies and scattered rain throughout the wheat belt, the Great Southern, the south coast, parts of the goldfields as well. All of these interior areas likely to see some welcome rainfall tomorrow towards the end of what's been a pretty dry winter. Along the west coast we will continue to see some showers and some cool southerly winds. That includes Perth, Geraldton. In fact, could see showers all the way up to Carnarvon first thing in the day, but that will clear up in the afternoon. And finally to Northern Australia, a few showers in and around Broome. Haven't seen a lot of that in recent months. It's a little bit of humidity and moisture across the Kimberley generating those showers there. Other parts of the tropics will stay fine and bright though, including Darwin, warm day, 34 degrees, and it is clear right down through the red centre as well. Thanks for watching. You can always get more weather info on our website, app or social media channels. Have a great day.
Our mission at Pets of the Homeless is really simple, and that's to keep vulnerable people and their pets together when they're going through a tough time. Back in 2015, Pets of the Homeless started with a 20-kilo bag of dog food, made it into small packs, put it in a suitcase, and it was just me walking down the streets of Melbourne, one woman on a mission to make a difference. I would share the story on social media.
We've just hit 100,000 meals distributed today.
And the community really responded positively and it just grew from there.
My name is Kent and this is Hippo. She's everything to me. She's such a good girl. I got her at a time when I wasn't very stable. I'd come out of prison, I was homeless, but as soon as I got her, I just realised, oh my God, I can't let this dog go. And she's just my best friend. Hippo had a canine equivalent of an ACL injury. I knew there was something really desperately wrong. It was agonising seeing her suffering. My caseworker put me in touch with Pets of the Homeless and Yvonne said that they could help, and I was just so overjoyed. I wouldn't have been able to get through that medical incident without their help. Like, it just would have been impossible.
That bond between us and our pet is very important, and when someone is going through a really tough time in their life, that bond becomes even more important, and that's what we're trying to protect at Pets of the Homeless.
Who's that?
My favourite quote is, "I always wondered why somebody doesn't do something about that. Then I realised I was somebody." My intention wasn't to actually start a charity, it was to help. It was just putting one foot in front of another, and that's how we got to where we are today. We're now in a warehouse. We have about 150 volunteers. We provide on average about 60 to 70,000 meals every single month. We have a network of about 73 community partner organisations that we work with. We've also taken in hundreds of pets into our foster care program, and we've just reached 2.5 million meals distributed.
In the time that I've been volunteering with Pets of the Homeless, I've seen the community grow, numbers of volunteers, pet food packing, got a brand new van, and we can reach more community pantries and reach more people. The community, whether it's the volunteers who are packing the food, who are foster caring, they've got so much love to give.
I think Pets of the Homeless gives people hope. There can be a bit of judgment for people who are homeless and have a dog, but the reality is those dogs have got love and support, and it's so wonderful that Pets of the Homeless are able to help. It really makes a big difference in actual lives. It's really important work.
To the people who have supported Pets of the Homeless over the last 10 years, thank you from the bottom of my heart. There's so many kind people out there, and I'm just grateful for all of them. The work that we need to do is so huge and the need is growing, and we can't do it without the support of our community.
And welcome back to The Pulse and The Protagonists. And we have a very good panel tonight, or today, this morning in the UK, in fact. The UK grooming gang scandal relates to the systemic sexual exploitation and abuse of thousands of vulnerable young girls by organised local networks across the country. That's the UK. Abuse networks operated in various UK towns and cities, including Rotherham, Rockdale, Telford, Oxford and Bradford. Perpetrators targeted teenage girls, many from care homes or difficult family backgrounds. Families were subjected to repeated gang rape, threats and trafficking, and historic investigations found that many of the core networks involved men of Pakistani Muslim origin. Despite complaints and reports to police, local councils and social services, the victims and whistleblowers were ignored for years. Official reviews found that authorities failed to intervene properly because they feared being labelled racist or causing social tension. However, this just doesn't wash up, and it's just a travesty British authorities must confront. Appallingly, after much delay by the present government, a formal independent public inquiry chaired by Baroness Anne Longfield officially commenced its work on April 13th, 2026. How far that has moved is questionable. A separate survivor-led report, the Rape Gang Inquiry Report, was released in 2026 in June by MP Rupert Lowe, focusing on historical data and institutional responses across multiple local districts. Now, there's ongoing prosecutions, and British police continue to reopen historical cases and pursue convictions of gang members involved in past abuses. However, many of the politicians and bureaucrats who participated in the gross and massive cover-up of crimes have not been brought to account. In addition, the few perpetrators that have been sentenced are today being released early. cruelly disrupting the lives, the mental health of the victims that include one of our guests. How do we show proper respect to the victims of these crimes and prove to them and the public that the sins of the past have been fairly dealt with and they have no more to fear? Will the current inquiries bring all those responsible for perpetrating and covering up these crimes to account? We'll ask our expert panel who are more than familiar with these shocking crimes. From the age of 14, Fiona Goddard was a victim of sustained abuse by grooming gangs while living in a children's home. In a major Bradford child sexual exploitation case, 7 men were convicted in 2019 of serious sexual offences against children. Since then, Fiona has become a powerful advocate for survivors, speaking openly about the long-term effects of abuse and the need for systemic change. Fiona Goddard has spoken publicly about the distress of learning that some of the men convicted of abusing her could be eligible for early release from prison. Fiona says the news has reopened old wounds and left her feeling that survivors' experiences are not being fully considered when decisions are made about sentencing and then release. David Atherton is a political commentator, journalist, broadcaster, libertarian, and an advocate for free markets and free speech. Claire Adams is a former British Army soldier currently working in the welfare and safeguarding area. Claire has extensive experience supporting vulnerable people. She has served in operational environments and worked as a close protection officer in the Middle East and other countries. Claire is involved in supporting survivors of sexual exploitation and campaigning for greater accountability and better protection for women and children. To our panel, I wish to say thank you very much.
Good morning.
And Claire and Fiona, if you could just turn your microphones on, that would help, because we need to hear from you. At the moment, we have David Atherton, and David's got a very loud voice. He doesn't need a microphone at all. So we're just waiting on Claire to turn the microphone on.
Hear me up in Yorkshire, you know.
Good on you. Cam, if you could just help Claire and Fiona, we're having a slight problem at the moment trying to get them connected, or get the audio connected, which is creating some issues. First of all, I'll go to David then. David, can you just tell me the state of play at the moment?
I think the dam has broken. There was 30 years of cover-up. It was covered up by the government, the civil service, social workers, the police, and probably most notably by Labour councillors, predominantly Labour councillors. There's only one council I know of where a grooming rape gang was. It was Oxford, which I researched as being a hung council. It is an open sore that continues to demean the victims and survivors of one of the most heinous chapters in British history, domestic history. To give you an example, in Rotherham, the Professor Alexis J report found 1,400 victims. Some say it might be nearer 1,500, and only less than 60 men have been convicted of grooming and exploitation and child sexual abuse. And it's completely inadequate. I even read recently that the Crown Prosecution Service thought, well, we'll prosecute a few, but we won't go too far. There must be literally thousands of men in this country who have gone unpunished. I really hope they don't sleep well at night. And as I say, when finally, the blob, the state, the swamp got round to dealing with it. Probably Rochdale was probably the start. I think it's 2014. I think they were sentenced. There was also the Oxford grooming gang in 2014 as well. And now these people were sentenced to typically 7, 10 years, 15 years sentences. They're now being released. It's a double insult to the survivors that these people will be free and walk in the streets. I'm sure. Obviously, Fiona will be speaking. Fiona and Claire will be speaking for themselves. But I actually think it seems to be fairly obvious that these sentences were too short in the first place. To my mind, if it's the systematic and regular abuse of a 13, 14-year-old child, that's a 20-year stretch.
David, can you just answer me this? Because this is the whole premise of this at the moment. Is Britain more or less safe than for women today?
I would say it's less safe. With the Channel migrants, with mass immigration, with people who don't share our values, I would strongly suggest to you that for women and girls at the moment, Britain is. But by the way, Britain is now in the Western world the rape capital of the world. We have 102 rapes per thousand, something like 10,000 people. Nobody in the world, even places like Lesotho, places like Sweden, do not have the degree of rape that we have. I've gone back to the figures from 2000 to literally 2025, and there's been a 7-fold increase in rapes, and also in Bournemouth, Dorset, where this is a coastal town in the southwest of England, and in 2000 there were 80 rapes. And in 2025, there were 810. That's more than a tenfold. And of course, the migrants have bought in to Bournemouth because they've obviously got ample hotels in the place, and they've turned it into an absolute cesspit. I'm glad I chose the right word there. They move these migrants into villages where they're outnumbered 6 to 1. Of course, and what we've learned from the grooming gang scandal is, frankly, let's be honest about it, Muslim men do not hold the same values as us. Often, not all of them. Well, I'm not suggesting all Muslim men are better like this, but there's a substantial proportion that are, and let's call it what it is.
Claire, I'm astounded that it's regarded as the rape capital of the world, the UK. But to support that, for a government to have to release a pamphlet saying it's not right to rape women and children would indicate that there is a serious problem. How did we get to this position, Claire? We need to hit your microphone. Actually, we don't have the mic on. We have something happening. Cam, if you could help me out. I might just go to Fiona at the moment. We just... what we might do, Claire, if you just reboot, that generally fixes most things. Then after that, a couple of beers usually helps if that doesn't work. So I'll go to Fiona. Fiona, thank you for joining us. Can you just tell me, how did we get to this position that the UK is regarded as the rape capital country of the world?
I think a lot of it started with the grooming gang scandal and the way that the institutions turned a blind eye to these types of behaviours from certain ethnicities. I think that then created an air of blatancy about what they were doing. So then it just if you're not facing no consequences for stuff you're doing, it's going to expand and more people are going to do it. And I think there came a point where the services just didn't know how to deal with the sheer volume, and that's where the cover-up then came in. And I think that cover-up of the grooming gang scandal has led to a breakdown in safety in all areas of women and children's safety now, because I don't think people fully understand what child abuse is anymore. I don't think people fully understand how women should be treated anymore, because they normalised behaviours and treatment of children that just they're inexcusable. And we've now got a population that are only just starting to understand what happened in the scandal and realise it was wrong. Like, when I was being abused, it wasn't just the men and the services. The whole community surrounding me were told that I was the bad person and that what was happening to me was normal. That creates a very dangerous situation, because when communities that are there to be the first eyes and ears on safeguarding children, if they don't even understand something's wrong, then what hope has a child got to have any help?
Yeah, I totally agree. We're just waiting for Cam to bring Claire in. So I want to ask Claire how we got to this. Cam, if you're floating around, we just need you to do some buttons. Cam, if you wouldn't mind helping us. There we go. Claire,
can you hear me now?
We can. How did we get
Brilliant.
to this position that the UK is regarded as the rape capital of the world?
Do you know what? I'm not sure. I know that in recent years we've now become to a point where people are reporting more. And that fundamentally is really important. But if you look at statistically, we are reporting more rapes, but we're not getting enough convictions. The conviction rate is not changing, but we're getting more reports on that. When you look at societal changes, what we're having in this country, which is unconsented, may I add, what is happening fundamentally is we are teaching our young people in schools about consent training, but we're also importing people who do not understand consent, and their social norms are not the same, and their respect for women and children is not exactly the same. Therefore, we've got conflicting interests there. Now, within our government, and I've got a lot of words to speak about them, they have fundamentally brought out some sort of broadcast which is fictional, and that is blaming one demographic within our country and not tackling what has happened in terms of the grooming gangs. Now, we have had some literature done before, but it was all shunned by the institutions because they deemed it as being racist. Now, that was brought out in 2000s. If that was brought out and kept out, we may have saved many victims from the grooming gangs, but unfortunately, they decided cultural tensions was more important than the innocence of young children.
Yeah, it's incredible. I have to ask you, Fiona, you've had a few shocking months, and the last few days have been just highly disruptive for you and your family because of the release of the tacker. Are you at liberty just to touch on some of the emotions and the disgust you must feel?
So the man that they're releasing, he was initially given 17 years in 2019 for 3 counts of rape. A year later, that was reduced to 15 years because during the investigation, he fled to Pakistan and was doing charity work there for 9 months. They deemed that the time he was on the run for my abuse, doing charity work, as mitigating circumstances to reduce his sentence down to 15 years. Now, he has been released this week after just serving 7.5 years of that. We've had to leave our home. We've had harassment, abuse and threats in the lead up to his release, and we're now having to relocate. I've got 5 young children that have been uprooted, and they've been sat crying, not understanding what's going on. And I don't understand how the UK government can prioritise the rehabilitation of a violent sexual offender over the safety of the victims. And that brought up, I've been through a lot of emotions. I've been angry, I've been upset, I've been confused. And then I've also had to accept the fact that I've got to do this 4 more times over the next 12 months as 4 others are released at only half of the sentence.
Can you just tell me, I just want to know, how come he was released? What was the reasons for it?
Because he was sentenced in 2019, before the 2020 Sentencing Act, apparently it means that he has an automatic release after 50% of his sentence without having to face parole or anything. He just gets released. I'm not exactly sure how we got to that point where you can do these things to a child and get an automatic release after 50% of the sentence. But I think the reason why it is not being tackled is because of prison overcrowding, but it just doesn't make sense. There's plenty of other people in UK prisons. Like, we've got foreign criminals that could be deported. We've got lower level criminals that could be released early, but instead they're releasing dangerous people back into society to redo the same crimes again. There will be more victims that come from this, and it will be on the government's hands.
David, appalling, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, yeah. This is what I was saying about there are many people within the Muslim community who show no remorse. They don't think they have done anything wrong. Because some of it is based on the Quran. I'm thinking of 424, chapter 4, verse 24, whereby the Quran allows Muslims to have sex with their consent or not with non-Muslims, and there's no ifs or buts about it. There was a guy called Mohammed Hussein in Manchester. He was actually given a real sentence for 33 years, and the judge Tina Lansdale said, "You have not shown one shred of remorse." He didn't think he was doing anything wrong by raping a 14 and 15-year-old girls. This is sort of the mindset these people have. And I'm so sorry you're getting threats at the moment and being intimidated. I think one of the most shocking things I ever read, I think it was in Rupert Lowe's inquiry. A woman was taken to a flat, and in the bath was a dead woman. Some of these gangs have actually gone one further and actually gone on to murder people. It's the mindset. I'm sorry to bang on and repeat myself, but the mindset of these people is absolutely disgusting. And if they can't learn, they've got to be taught, and that's got to be 20, 30 years in prison, every single sentence. So be it.
Yeah, to get out so early is it's an abysmal failure of the justice system in the UK. But you're not alone. Look at other countries around the world. Look at Europe. I mean, they're all following in.
Yeah, the abuse was premeditated as well. That's the other thing as well. It's not a case of it was a casual one situation. No. This was premeditated.
Claire, you work in welfare and safeguarding. What's your thoughts on Fiona's case?
Well, Fiona and I are very close. Obviously, I took my time to read as many transcripts as I could. Fiona's was released recently by Open Justice UK, and it's a group of people run by Adam Wren, fantastic man, who took the time to campaign, get the monies from other people so we could pay for these transcripts. Now, if you don't know, in the UK, up until recently, you had to pay for your own transcripts. So like Fiona's case, which went on for a long, considerable amount of time and cost thousands of pounds, she never knew half the things that was brought up in her case until she read her own transcripts, which are vast. When you look into these transcripts and actually read the atrocities that she went through and what was allowed to happen to her by instant failures by institutions, by our governance, by our education system, our academia, our clinicians, social services, every single person, including the police, failed Fiona. Every single one of them. And the audacity that they have now to act like they care about victims of child exploitation is for the birds. It is for the birds. It has now become a political football between the two uni parties, as we like to call them, which would be Labour and Conservatives. And I get really frustrated when they're acting now, when both sets of political party had this information on millions and millions of pounds worth of inquiries, and no recommendations were dealt with. Now, we knew about this years ago. My research brings me back to 1930s, 1940s. Admittedly, the language was different back then and they used different terminology. But if you have the time to do research and find out that this didn't just start in the 90s, this was starting when people were arriving.
Yeah, it's incredible. I'm just gobsmacked. Claire, how many victims have faced what Fiona has faced with the early release of the attackers, and do we know the extent of their problems? I mean, it would be
7,500 was received letters, not phone calls, letters, and these letters were almost like a bill coming through the post. There wasn't any empathy. It was clinical. And each one of those victims, and I'm not just talking grooming gang victims, I'm talking rape victims, victims of paedophiles, victims of gang rapes, all victims received a letter in the post. And the government, again, tried to wash it down and water it down. It is disgusting how our government is treating victims. It's almost like the perpetrator gets everything and the victims gets let out.
Fiona, do you feel, I mean, of course I would, but you obviously feel let down by the system. But tell me, is it just the system or is it the entire country that has let you down?
A bit of both. I think people are starting to open their eyes now, but there was an element of, I don't know what else to say to describe it as, but like conditioning upon the everyday people where they I think the more people like me and the other survivors have spoken up and we've been able to provide evidence repeatedly, like this is why I've had to make my whole life public. I've waived my anonymity, I made my serious case review public, I made the court transcript public, I've made every part of this process public, so then people could see the evidence for themselves that this did happen, that this is the truth. And the more evidence that we've been able to provide, the more people are opening their eyes. And I do feel a big pushback from the people now, that I do see this scandal coming crashing down. I really do. And I do see the people rising to provide and push for a better future. But there's thousands of victims across the UK whose lives are damaged by this that will never get back what was taken from them.
Yeah, I'm absolutely gobsmacked, as we would say here. David, let's talk about the grooming gangs and the networks. Have they been dismantled or are they still operating?
No, but apparently it's just as bad as it ever was. And with the mass immigration over the last, since Tony Blair, 1997, and it's been increased by since 2021, I think it was, when the Conservative government with the Home Secretary Priti Patel allowed in 2 million people, mainly from the Asian subcontinent. Plus, we have the Afghans, who some supposedly fought with us in Afghanistan, without that acted as interpreters. But I find it very strange that they actually set up English classes for some of them. But there you go. That's by the by. One thing I would say, if I could just expand the scope of this discussion, there are two basic principal problems, particularly with the Labour Party. The first one is that they rely upon the Muslim vote. Up until now, about 80-90% of Muslims voted for the Labour Party. And look at it languishing in the polls at the moment. They don't want to lose any more. It's as cynical as that. They were quite happy to see these girls raped so they could keep the Muslim vote. But probably something that's a little bit more three-dimensional, as Fiona has touched on. You would have thought the Muslim Pakistani community in and around Bradford would feel shame. But instead of feeling shame, and Mohammed Hussein, I think his name is, or Usman, sorry, Mohammed Usman, and his family will keep a low profile and be very sort of contrite and apologetic, and be happy that the guy is out. But instead, Fiona has got physical threats and threats of violence as well. This is the principal problem with British Muslims, is they don't have the same, as I say, share the same standards as us, and the government is petrified that in this country that if they do stand up to the British Muslims, there will be civil unrest. And if you look at the work of a Professor David Betts, he's a professor of modern history and urban warfare. He says Britain is on the brink of civil war if we're not at the moment. It won't be a sort of civil war like, as I say, like the English Civil War or the American Civil War, something like that. It'll be like Northern Ireland. It will be like Lebanon. It'll be balkanised, and it will flare up from time to time. And this is the whole spinelessness of our governmental system. Don't forget that the Conservative Party was in power for 14 years. They had 14 years to deal with it. But because nobody wants on their CV as Home Secretary, as Prime Minister, they were the person that saw mass rioting in this country. People will die. That there will be complete devastation of cities and what have you. They don't want that on their CV. But they got two choices. Either they deal with it now, or there may be a civil war like the American Civil War or the English Civil War in the mid 17th century. It's a ball that needs to be lanced. Excuse the cliches. It's a nettle that needs to be grasped.
You see, what we saw that in Bradford. So in 2001, there was the Bradford riots. They were the biggest race riots the UK had ever seen at the time. And that was then used to stop any investigations into Bradford. It stopped documentaries being aired that was about the grooming gangs. It stopped. There was an operation that was started by the Chief Constable that was shut down 2 years later because of community tensions after the riots. So there is documented proof and evidence that these gangs were allowed to operate to stop them rioting.
That's exactly the point I was trying to make.
Yep. Claire, what's your thoughts? I mean, again, I'm sitting here in Australia, and we have our problems too, by the way. We're sort of following you fairly quickly, but you guys are leading the pack. You just obscenity after obscenity after obscenity. What do you think? What's your thoughts on what David and also Fiona have spoken about?
It's really strange, actually, because I was on the CPAC recently and I met Pauline Hanson, and we had a really in-depth conversation about grooming gangs in this country and some that's come up in Australia as well. And we were talking about the crime typology and how it's mirror imaged in every single country. So if you go back to Denmark, Sweden, and other European countries, they have also had grooming gangs. But it's the language that people have used around it. For us, it's been child exploitation and grooming gangs for short. But over in other countries, they've given it a different name. It's almost like each country's trying to not bring it together. The reality is these men who carry out these crimes in a family unit or friendship group actively go out to find younger girls because their religion teaches them that it's okay to take concubines and to have sex with children. They do not understand British law, and in some of the extremities and the extreme people who follow this religion, they believe that if their book says they can do it, then they're going to do it. Now, these are extreme people, and I'm not going to cherry pick anything out of it, but I know many Muslim men and women who would never do anything like this. And I truly believe that these people have groomed other young men to carry on grooming themselves. And Fiona will be able to explain that a little bit more, because I obviously never experienced it. But I genuinely believe that these men believe they can do this because their book, in some weird interpretation, tells them that they can.
David, would you like to also comment on that?
Yeah, indeed. Funny enough, I bought this Quran in a pub for £1 actually, and it's 424. 423 in the Quran gives a list of people you can't have sex with. Then 424 tells you can have sex with, and it begins, and also all those that your right hand possesses. That's a clear instruction to Muslims. As I said, I think I mentioned it briefly, but I'll just reiterate it again because I've actually got it in front of me at the moment. Where if you are a non-Muslim, you are fair game. You're not committing any crime. You're not doing any immorality if you have sex with a girl, as long as she has reached puberty. So as long as she's reached puberty and she's non-Muslim and you're not married, you can have sex with her. That is plain Arabic, plain English that's written in the Quran. And this is what they found was in Oxford in 2013 that the local imams actually encouraged the Pakistani men in the town to actually go ahead and groom and molest and rape these young girls. It was actually encouraged by the imams in Rotherham. Throughout the noughties, 2000s and 2010s, the whole of the community, and especially the elders of the community, knew full well what was going on, but they just turned a blind eye to it. Now, there's a person called Kay William I know very well on X, and they live in Rotherham. And to be fair, there were some Muslims who went to the police and South Yorkshire Police and made complaints about the grooming gangs. But like everybody else, they were completely ignored. I mentioned the guy who, in the Manchester, he showed not a shred of remorse. And when you look at some of the Afghans that have been banged up, because they wear sleeveless tops and they show their legs, that is an invitation. They deserve they literally say they deserve to be raped. That is the culture. That is some elements of Islam and some elements of Muslims in this country, and probably worldwide as well. It's calculated that an Afghan man is 22 times more likely to be arrested, charged, and/or convicted of rape. People say that's a ridiculously silly figure, but this is reproduced in Denmark and Germany, Switzerland and France. From countries like Afghanistan, like Eritrea, like Ethiopia, like many of Syrians as well, and Egyptians. The whole of the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa, and let me quickly say some of those will be Christians as well. Have this mindset, and there was that video of MP Lee Anderson went over to Calais, and he was interviewing this guy, and he says, what you're doing here, I need to get to the UK, I need to four-letter word beginning with F. No, they just want to come over here and abuse our women. The record number of days someone's been here and been arrested for grooming, who's coming off a boat, is an Iranian who had been here 4 days. The man, the Ethiopian over in the Bell Hotel in Epping, he'd been here 2 weeks before he sexually assaulted a 14-year-old girl in a school uniform. Where do these people get their values from?
Actually, great question for Fiona. Where do they get their values from?
So when I was being abused, they used to tell me that because I was white, that no one would ever marry me, and that it was okay. They kept the Pakistani girls pure for marriage, and this is what they did to us. But it wasn't just them saying that. They went to extreme levels to dehumanise you as well and completely break you, so they could recondition you into just being acceptive of this was your life. I can't even begin to explain like how the process worked really, but it started with the gifts and the grooming as is used often, but that ended very quickly, and then it was just intimidation, threats, violence and dehumanization. Every belonging I had was taken from me, everything was destroyed, and these men genuinely thought they were above me. They thought that they were entitled to do what they were doing, and that I was nothing. I was muck on the bottom of their shoe, and that I should just be accepting it. Not just me, but all the other girls that they abused at the same time as me. They used to go to mosque every Friday like clockwork. They would do everything else that would give off the impression of a nice religious person, but then they would come back, take drugs, drink alcohol and abuse young children, traffickers up and down the UK. Then, like I said, they would then bring out, you were still seeing most of these grooming gangs, you will have an older person, then you'd have a group of like the middle age people, then you'd have these younger people. They would bring out the younger boys, they would ply them with drink and drugs, and then they'd start blackmailing them, saying you need to take this young girl into the bedroom, otherwise we're going to tell your family you're gay. Now that to a Muslim family would be quite detrimental, so they'd force these boys to start engaging in this behaviour, and eventually it become normalised, and they create a whole new cycle then of people that are brainwashed into thinking this behaviour is normal to do against white girls or young girls, and you just get a repeated cycle over and over.
Yeah, it's just appalling. Claire, good to have you back again.
Sorry, Mike. Sorry to interrupt, Mike. I've got to say, Fiona, I never knew that. Thank you. I say thank you, but I didn't know that. Thank you.
It's incredible. Claire, good to have you back again. And as you've just disappeared, so I'm going well here, pushing buttons furiously here, and keeping my calm about it. David, the question I have here is, how hard is it to move forward if the government has the will? But let's just take that one step further. Does the government have the will? And it would seem not. No. If it doesn't have the will.
No, it doesn't, no.
So what the hell are they doing in power? I mean, and tell me this, it's what I can gather, the grooming gang inquiry, it's a catch-all. It doesn't matter whether you're a copper or you're Labor or you're from the Conservatives, there is a catch-all. Are all parties and the establishment overall, are they responsible, and do they have the will to move forward?
No, they don't have the will to move forward because it will just cause too much trouble. As Fiona remarked on the Bradford riots of 2001 or 2011? But anyway, yeah, 2001. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you will need a strong personality like Baroness Thatcher. I hope maybe someone like Rupert Lowe or Nigel Farage might have the backbone and the fortitude to deal with this, but the Labour Party don't. I think the Conservative Party will be warned off, and I think this will carry on until the rest of the population of this country stand up and protest in their millions. The Tommy Robinson rallies are probably one of the few safe spaces for women and girls and British people at the moment. And this is what I'm saying. We are now approaching a tinderbox in this country. Where you've got the grooming gang still going on. We're importing people who will be adding to the misery of women and girls in this country. And there will be a time when the rest of the population will have run out of patience, and there will be blowback, and some of it might not be entirely within the law, should we say?
Fiona, sorry, please.
You can feel it in the air if you walk around the UK. You can feel the tensions growing and growing and growing. Eventually, it is going to explode.
Do you both of you, do you feel like, you feel as if the country, because for this to happen and it to be swept under the carpet and continue to happen, it shows you that your country is broken, smashed into smithereens.
Yeah, indeed. If we don't get a centre-right government in 2029 or slightly before, or whenever the general election will be, I think Britain, the decline of Britain will accelerate. We will become a pathetic, useless country like the Ottoman Empire in the early start of the 20th century. We've totally lost our credibility and our influence in the world, and we don't have the calibre of people in this country at the moment who are elected to look after the needs of the majority of the decent population of this country. I fear for the worst. I really do.
Fiona, you've gone through absolute hell, but you got the Conservatives, you got Labor, you got the constabulary, you got the injustice system. You must, yourself and the other victims must feel absolutely isolated and full of despair. How do we fix it?
The only progress that we have made in the UK hasn't been due to governments making the right decisions. They've been forced into it by people like me that have stood their ground and refused to quieten down. There are some strong people in this country that have had to force and pressure government officials into making the right decisions. I think David's right, until we get a strong leader, and not one that's consumed by political correctness and diversity and stuff like that. Until we just get like someone that works on merit and what's right and wrong, and we go back to right and wrong and not just like not offending people and keeping everyone happy, we're never going to make any progress. See, though, I do quite like Kemi Badenoch. I do think she reminds me a bit of Thatcher. I think if she was in charge of the Conservative Party at any other time, not just coming off the back of the 14 years of failures, I think it would be very different with Kemi. But I think people like Kemi, like Nigel Farage, like Rupert Lowe that have the platform, they need to carry on giving the step up to the victims like me who can articulate themselves and they can use their stories to highlight just how bad things have got and what we need to change and how we can do it, because the governments clearly do not want to do that themselves and they're going to be forced into it.
David, we spoke the other day. I sort of not too sure if Labor will be, we went through the reasons, whether they will be replaced. If they are replaced and you have either Nigel or somehow Rupert pokes his head up or whatever, will they act? Now, I like Rupert. I have to be honest about that. I think Rupert is doing a pretty good job. Nigel, I'm not so sure of. Now, the consensus would be that Nigel will probably be, has a very good chance of becoming Prime Minister. Will he do much?
I think he will. I actually know two of his advisors quite well, two of his main advisors, and they share our outrage. As a cliche again, it's going to be a difficult nettle to grasp, but I think there will be people breathing down his neck to make sure he does the right things. I think also as well, I think that Nigel Farage, with his certain parameters, is a principled man on this subject, and he's well read, he's well informed. So I think he might not be as extreme is the wrong word. What's the word? He might not go as far as Rupert Lowe, but I think he will turn round the oil tanker and make sure it's heading back to port. I just hope that this is probably a 10-year job to turn around this country. But if they get the economic strategy right and they stop the boats and and they deal robustly with he's described the Muslim population in this country, or some of the Muslim population in this country, as the fifth column, and they're basically traitors. By the way, guys, if you're not aware, there's a concept within Islam called the Ummah. It's the worldwide brotherhood of Islam, where your first loyalty is to Sharia law and Islam, rather than the country that you live in. Now, it's the reason, for example, that more British Muslims went to fight for ISIS in Syria than are actually members of Britain's armed forces. So that's how bad it is. So yeah, I think there are large sections of the Muslim community who should be told, look, fit in or go away. If you can't conform to Western liberal values and the Enlightenment, you shouldn't be here. And if it's got to be banning halal food, if it's got to be banning the burqa, if it's got to be closing down radical mosques. I read a shocking paper the other day. It came from America. It was published in 2011, and they found that 80% of American mosques had revolutionary, jihadi, and violent texts. That was either done as sermons or was part of the books that were part of the mosques. If we did start closing down mosques like they do in France and Germany, that really could kick things off. But it has to be done, in my opinion.
Fiona, what's your thoughts?
I'm very close to the point of giving up on the country altogether, to be honest. I feel like I've spent 13 years battling. It's taken 13 years to take like a tiny step forward. I don't see how we get through it without too much pushback and a complete breakdown of everything. I've seen that through the fact that I've been advocating, campaigning, and nothing I say is very like radical or anything like that. It's all based on facts, it's all based on evidence, but yet I get abused, threatened. I've been told I'm going to get put in the back of a van and buried in a hole. And it's just the pushback I just don't see as being able to correct everything without everything falling apart first. I think if we push it, we're going to do it like, I just don't see it going smoothly at all.
David, you've talked about, many other guests have talked about before, that the UK, and you just tonight mentioned that it's like a tinderbox in the revolution, very much like, as you said, in what happened in Ulster, or Northern Ireland. But here's the thing: the revolution. If you look at what's happening, and using Fiona as an example and the other victims, you guys are under attack already. The revolution has started, but it's not for good. No. It's from your immigrants, and it would seem that from a particular way of life, a pushing for this revolution to keep going, because you have your citizens who are under attack. Your way of life is under attack, and your government is actually almost encouraging it.
Well, they are indeed, yeah. No, I read an ex-post from Simon Danzig. He's an ex-Labour MP, and he said that that Andy Burnham, the Prime Minister, thinks that the rape and the murder of British people is a price worth paying for feeling good about letting these people in. This is it. He doesn't give a fig about Britain and its people. All he cares about, he's a sort of a communist, Marxist internationalist who wants to ruin this country. He feels ashamed about Britain and the British Empire and all the standards that we stand for. Sorry, he's a complete antithesis. I'll use the word, he's a traitor to this country. You know, he's quite happy to see Britain completely be destroyed if it fits in with his Fabian and Marxist ideology.
We're going to wrap it up very shortly because we are running out of time. Just quickly, Fiona, can it be fixed, and are you fixed?
I don't think I'll ever be fixed.
No.
I'm more well put together than many of the victims are, unfortunately. Many of them, it wasn't just a cover-up. They were denied therapy and denied help all along the way just to make them disappear, which compounded trauma on top of trauma on top of trauma. Many of the victims will never have a normal life. Many of them will never be fixed. Many of them will never get over what's happened, but many of them will be happy just to make sure that we can stop this from happening to a whole new generation of people.
I just want to give you a big hug at the moment. I feel for you, and it's very emotional to
Well, Mike, can I very briefly say, Fiona, it's an honour and a privilege to be on the same stage as youth, and may I wish you well.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Fiona, I truly, truly wish that you have and hope that you have a much better life than you've gone through so far, and we're all praying for you. And I just, my dad, by the way, has had a lot of experience with the police force in this, and I do understand what you're going through to an extent, from what he would tell me and some of the victims he knew. So my heartfelt thanks to you for coming on, because it's difficult to listen to it. David Atherton, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure.
Just quickly, David, I want to know, can it be fixed in a couple of words?
Not in the short term, no.
It's
Medium to long term, maybe.
Yeah, very, very sad indeed. Fiona Goddard, David Atherton, and when we had Claire Adams, thank you so much for your time. This has been The Protagonists. Coming up next, we have a brand new show starting with Marilyn Nusky, and this is The Protagonists, and this is The Pulse.
Hello, I'm Angus here at the Bureau. Today is Wednesday. This is the National Weather Forecast. We're discussing Thursday's weather. That'll be the 27th of August. And for most of the country, settled and calm conditions. This high pressure region here through western New South Wales really going to flex its muscle and swell out across the east, bringing mostly calm, settled and sunny conditions from Tasmania to Queensland and through our central states and territories too. Meanwhile though, rain in the west. A lot of rain on Wednesday. That'll continue into Thursday, at least for some parts of the state. Queensland will have a really settled, bright, mostly sunny day across the state. There'll be a little bit of cloud from about Yeppoon down to the New South Wales border, and the slight chance of a shower around the Gold Coast Coolangatta area. Everyone else should be dry, and temperatures are a shade on the warm side of average for the time of year as we head towards those springtime months. Could see an early shower for eastern New South Wales, particularly about or north of Newcastle, but there's not much to that. The rainfall will be light and it will be clearing up as well, tending to a pretty bright second half of the day. A mixture of sunshine and cloud will persist across the east coast, and we head for highs of approximately 20 degrees. Early cloud tending to a sunny day for inland parts of the state. Bright, settled and sunny day across Victoria, and honestly not much more to say. The wind is really light tomorrow, the temperatures are mild. It will be quite cold in the morning before heating to a pleasant afternoon, and there'll be some cloud lingering, but lots of sunshine as well. And Tasmania could also have a cold morning. We see a few 1 degree temperatures on the map for the first part of the day, but we will head towards a settled and sunny day on Thursday, particularly through the afternoon. Into the evening it could cloud over a touch, and we might even see a late spot of rainfall moving on to the west and the southwest, but that won't be coming through until after dark. For South Australia, this high being in New South Wales means we get the wind on this way. So coming down from the north across SA, that will bring us warm temperatures and sunny skies through the state. We're approximately 20 degrees through most southern areas, although that's just 17 for Mount Gambier, and 22s and 23s for the northern half of the state, with barely any cloud. Now, lots of rain today, as I'm filming, Wednesday, around this part of the coast here. Now, that's pushing inland on Thursday, so expect cloudy skies and scattered rain throughout the wheat belt, the Great Southern, the South Coast, parts of the goldfields as well. All of these interior areas likely to see some welcome rainfall tomorrow towards the end of what's been a pretty dry winter. Along the west coast, we will continue to see some showers and some cool southerly winds. That includes Perth, Geraldton. In fact, could see showers all the way up to Carnarvon first thing in the day, but that will clear up in the afternoon. And finally, to northern Australia, a few showers in and around Broome. Haven't seen a lot of that in recent months. It's a little bit of humidity and moisture across the Kimberley generating those showers there. Other parts of the tropics will stay fine and bright though, including Darwin, warm day, 34 degrees, and it is clear right down through the red centre as well. Thanks for watching. You can always get more weather info on our website, app or social media channels. Have a great day.
Welcome to Talking Wildlife, a new program on the Pulse News. My name is Marilyn Nusky, and I have never ever done a program like this before, never before done a podcast, so bear with me. You might recall me from my several interviews I did with Mike Ryan not that long ago. Was predominantly about brumbies, which I'll still be doing. But I'll also be talking about other wildlife and bringing in some of the good people who work as wildlife carers, who are working to defend wildlife, all sorts of people. I wanted to take the opportunity before I start to thank Mike Ryan and Jenny for making this program available, to making it possible that we can actually give a voice to wildlife, because as we all know, in the mainstream media, it's very rare that wildlife have a voice, particularly if you're a Brumby. So I've been involved before. I want to talk a little bit about my history in Brumby conservation to give you a bit of an idea who I am, and also about the work I've been involved with in other wildlife, including dingoes. I'm the founder of Brumby Action Group, the purpose of which is the preservation and conservation of Australian wild-living brumbies. I'm currently working on a project at the moment with an ecologist, Craig Downer, which I will update in time. I think at the moment, with the way brumbies in Kosciuszko National Park are being shot, I've tried to think strategically about a way that we can do something about actually saving them and to stop the cruel shooting. So my background in brumbies went deeper. When legislation was enacted to protect brumbies in New South Wales in 2018, I thought it would be a really great idea to achieve legislation to protect Victorian brumbies. So I drafted legislation, not the bill, the legislation. It took me over 15 months. At the time, the Liberals were supporting brumbies in Victoria, so I lobbied the Liberals quite a lot. They were very happy to come to rallies and table petitions and all sorts of things, speak at rallies. But when it came to actually introducing a bill for legislation, there was little support, which was incredibly disappointing. But I noticed recently that Angus Taylor has actually become a bit of a voice for brumbies, so that's encouraging. Maybe it's a sign of times to change, who knows. So then in Victoria we had the Barmah brumbies in Barmah, while in the Barmah wetlands were shot, removed. It was claimed by Parks Victoria they were damaging the wetlands, which is difficult to understand because the wetlands is a man-made wetland. It's not natural. So anyway, they were shot and removed. And then, of course, the Bogong brumbies have gone. And that is really sad because the Bogong brumbies were the last of the Whaler strain, which is the strain of horses that had bloodline links to war horses. That is the last of those horses in Victoria, which is basically cultural desecration as far as I'm concerned. So there are still some brumbies surviving in the Eastern Alps, but very few. In 2019, I joined forces with the Australian Brumby Alliance to try to stop the Commonwealth Government from shooting brumbies in Singleton Army Base. It was complex because it was actually on Commonwealth land. And Christopher Pyne, the then minister, said he would consider removal, releasing those little brumbies into the hands of the Australian Brumby Alliance. And they went about installing trap yards, and people were ready to remove the brumbies. The Commonwealth airily shot the brumbies the night before. We were expecting to hear that they would be able to pick them up. So it's been a pretty heavy few years. So since about 2020, I've been working to save brumbies in Kosciuszko National Park. The New South Wales Labor Party operate on a lack of transparency and or real population counts. They use distance modelling for their population to report brumbies. Basically, you can't have a population increase of 34% in 1 year for brumbies. It's ludicrous. And yet, despite that, the Labor Minister for Environment will not obtain a population count using an acceptable method to stakeholders and to discuss how many can actually live in each of the 4 retention zones. She adopts a policy of keep shooting until we reach to 3,000 without really knowing how many brumbies there are actually there across those 4 zones. So there's obviously a pretty determined effort to remove the brumbies. It's cruel and barbaric, iron-fisted, inflexibility. Prior to that, much before, I had a fair bit of involvement with dingo conservation. My involvement with dingoes began in about 2009. I was legal advisor to save Fraser Island dingoes for about 10 years, and I actually represented photographer Jennifer Parkhurst at trial when she was charged for feeding dingoes on Fraser Island, which is a very big offence with massive fines. Unfortunately, Jennifer had about 34 charges laid against her by Queensland Parks and Wildlife Services, all evidenced by countless videos on her computer. So the moral of that is, if you do go to Fraser Island, don't feed the dingoes ever, because they will become habituated to being fed. You don't run on the beach on Fraser Island because dingoes might think you're being playful and start chasing you and even bite you on the bottom. And what will happen then, people will assume that they're being attacked and report it to a ranger. And that dingo could end up wearing a nasty collar. So there is reasons for that. So it's really important, if you do go to Fraser Island, to listen to what you are told. I wish that everybody who goes to Fraser Island would sleep within the fenced camping grounds to keep both people and the dingoes safe. There are about 700,000 tourists that go to Fraser Island each year. So imagine the pressure on the dingoes. So I've also been very involved in the Ban 1080 movement, which is another absolutely horrible, toxic poison, a Schedule 7 poison for which there's absolutely no antidote. It's used a lot in national parks. It's dropped in national parks to kill dingoes and elsewhere, to kill dingoes and foxes. But of course, if they're using the 1080 poison baits for foxes, a dingo can be killed by taking fox baits if they eat enough of them. So really, sadly, wildlife actually need protection from governments. I was thinking that the other day and I thought, I can't believe it, that our wildlife need protection from the government. I began a petition for kangaroos a few years ago to stop the killing of kangaroos, to use the body parts and flesh of our iconic kangaroos to be exported under the Wildlife Act to Europe for food. I'm opposed to kangaroos being farmed for food. Native wildlife being farmed for food just does not rest well with me. Unregulated practices have been found to be cruel. Joeys are killed by slamming their heads on the trays of utes, and the flesh unhealthy for human consumption on analysis. And that was the basis of that petition, that the kangaroo meat that was harvested in Australia could never meet the very strict regulations of the European Union. I had to look for that petition recently, because now that Albanese wants to do the same and, you know, harvesting kangaroos to send to Vietnam, I thought I'm going to ramp up that petition again. It's got 59,000 signatures. I found it. It had been translated to German and closed down. So that was a bit of a shock. So that's something I'll have to do. I'm opposed to any cruelty towards any animal, and I think we can do so much better. There is so much we can do for our wildlife. Our wildlife needs support, better, kinder ways, and we need to support our carers. Carers need support as well. I'll be hosting guests from those working at the coalface to protect wildlife and give sanctuary to wildlife, scientists and others. I'll be inviting dingo advocates, people from the banned duck shooting program, groups saving bats, individuals saving bats, and koala bears. The poor old koala bears who were shot aerially not that long ago in Victoria. I believe there's now a court case. Tonight my guest is Dr. Ernest Healy, who has spent the last 30 years working to protect dingoes. Ernest was successful in obtaining protection for dingoes under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act as a threatened species. The history for dingoes has been cruel and dismal from the time the British arrived in Australia using poisons like strychnine, and then 1080 poison from the 1950s, leg traps and shooting, hunters collecting pelts for bounty to remove them from the country. What else? I think we'll take a quick break and then we'll welcome Ernest. Welcome, Ernest. Welcome to Talking Wildlife.
Well, hello, Marilyn, and thank you very much. Great to see you, and great to be here.
Ernest is the secretary of AFCAT Inc., the Association for Conservation of Australian Dingoes, and as I said earlier, he was responsible for obtaining the threatened species list under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act. So, Ernest, you achieved that. So, what was the conservation status of the dingo before the dingo threatened species listing? What actually was it like?
Yeah, well, the very final touches of the threatened species listing for the dingo occurred late in 2010, but the process began before that in 2007. Yep. At that time, some years before that, I became involved with dingoes. I obtained a dingo and kept it domestically. And I soon became engaged with the legal issues around the status of the legal status of the dingo in Victoria.
I think the dingoes were at that time an established pest animal, were they not?
Quite correct.
Yeah.
They were governed under the Victorian Catchment and Land Protection Act, which is basically a piece of biosecurity legislation. It has pest animal provisions within it to govern invasive exotic species which stand to harm our economy and or natural ecosystems. And it's really descendant legislation from the Quarantine Act. And unfortunately at that time, dingoes were governed along with rabbits, feral goats and pigs under the category of established pest animal, and what that meant was exotic invasive animals that had become established in the wild, where it was seen there was very little prospect of removing them completely, but the onus was on farmers and others to exterminate them where possible. So dingoes at that time in Victoria had absolutely no recognition as native wildlife.
Even though they'd been here, recognised as being here for 5,000 to 8,000 years. It seems absolutely bizarre.
Yes, so there was a real contradiction there, and part of the contradiction is that dingoes are recognised as native wildlife under federal legislation. So there's sort of a legal slippage very often between federal and state jurisdictions in this regard. A bit of a contradiction was that although having pest animal status, they could be kept by private individuals under a pest animal permit. So the challenge I had was how to bring about a change in the legal status of dingoes from being considered an exotic invasive pest to being recognised as legitimate Australian wildlife. So oddly enough, I was able to arrange an appointment with a senior bureaucrat in the Department of Agriculture in Victoria. It's amazing when I think back at it that I could just ring up as a nobody and make an appointment to come and have a sit-down talk with a senior bureaucrat for over an hour to put these issues to him. And he was a very gracious man, an older man, and I said, well, how would I go? What would be involved in changing the status of the dingo from established pest animal, vermin, so to speak, to being recognised as wildlife? And he was very gracious and honest with me. And he said, look, what I would do, what might work is if you put in an application under the Victorian Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act to apply to have the dingo recognised not simply as wildlife, but as a threatened native species. Because what that would involve would be the writing of a very detailed nomination, which I ended up doing. It would involve that nomination being assessed by a panel of independent scientists, not Department of Agriculture bureaucrats and not politicians in the first instance. So there's the Victorian Scientific Advisory Committee, whose task it was to assess threatened species nominations.
So that was going back to 2007. That's a while ago, isn't it?
2007, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So I went and saw this man. He gave me that advice. He said, well, that's the best advice I can give you. If you wanted to do such a thing, this is what you might try. He didn't say it would necessarily work. So I went away, did quite a bit of research about dingo, estimates about dingo population numbers, the various threats and risks that they faced. I drafted up quite a detailed nomination and lodged it with the Scientific Advisory Committee.
Did you feel confident, Ernest? Were you really?
No, because I'm not an ecologist. In fact, one of my dear ecologist friends at the time said, look, do you really know what you're doing? Do you know what's involved in this sort of thing? You mess this up, it could be bad for all of us. It might make it harder in future, this sort of thing. But I was a little bit younger then, fractionally younger, and a bit more gung-ho, I guess. So I went away and wrote this thing and lodged it and waited, and I thought, oh, nothing's going to come of this. But then the Scientific Advisory Committee or the Secretary of the Scientific Advisory Committee got back to me and said, look, the committee's looked at this and they're interested in it. And he sort of told me a bit on the side, look, I think they're a bit persuaded by this. What they did, the scientists, they went away themselves and did further research, further inquiry about the dingo and the circumstances surrounding the dingo, and they came out with a preliminary recommendation, and it was to list the dingo as a threatened natives taxon. There were two steps. Part of the tactic in taking it to the Scientific Advisory Committee is that they would do two things. The first thing they do with any nomination is to decide whether the taxon involved can be accepted legitimately as Australian wildlife, and that's a yes or no. So if the answer was no, then they simply wouldn't go any further. If the answer was yes, this is a legitimate Australian taxon, and there are various criteria have to be met to have that, then they go on and examine whether, well, is this wildlife taxon under serious threat, under threat of extinction or not, or heading towards extinction.
Because this is a big shift, isn't it, from being a declared pest, moving into different ground, different recognition.
Absolutely massive shift. So after the preliminary recommendation, which was published, that was made public, and there was a period of, I forget how many months, might have been 3 months or something, where public submissions could be made either supporting or opposing the recommendation of the Scientific Advisory Committee. The Scientific Advisory Committee would then go away and consider the submissions and then come forward with a final recommendation. There were a lot of submissions went in, including from, I think, from the Victorian Farmers Federation and various landholder groups, and they were all seriously hostile to it, predictably. And the committee went away, considered all of that new material, and after considering it, put forward a final recommendation which simply they simply stood their ground and did not change their earlier recommendation that the dingo is legitimate wildlife. It's under genuine threat of extinction if things keep going the way they're going. And at that point, the recommendation went to the Victorian Environment Minister, who at that time was Gavin Jennings, the Honourable Gavin Jennings. Gavin Jennings then said that, well, after considering it, that yes, I'll accept the recommendation on the provision that sufficient measures are put in place to ensure that farm stock is protected as well. So there was then a
little bit of slipping back there.
Well, it certainly made the process after that fairly challenging. The next step was that there was a group pulled together called the Dingo Working Group, comprised of landholder representatives, I think someone from the Victorian Farmers Federation, someone from the Wilderness Society, because the Wilderness Society at that time had shown an interest in dingo conservation. There was a dingo conservation advocate, a lady, Jill Ryachuk. She was on the committee. I was on the committee, I think simply by virtue of having written the nomination. And there was a selection of agriculture and biodiversity bureaucrats involved in the process along the way. So that committee met once a month, a whole day, every month for nearly a year. Their task was to put the meat on the bones, if you like, to advise the Minister of how this threatened species listing would work in practice. What would it mean in practical terms? How would it operate?
So what was the final outcome of all of that? All of that progress? We're now to about 2009, aren't we? So what was the outcome?
Yeah, 2009, that's right. The outcome was very mixed. In a sense, one of the key things that came out of it was that there would be a 3-kilometre buffer zone at the interface of private land, mostly farmland, and public land. There would be, and the 3-kilometre buffer would be on public land.
So was that to ensure that dingoes didn't go onto farmland?
It was to, yes, try and limit dingo access to farmland and it was also argued at the time, although I wasn't really very persuaded about it, was that it was to protect dingoes as well.
Oh.
But it was really a farm protection measure. So that a problem with that was that if you sort of just imagine the whole of eastern Victoria, Gippsland, top of the state to the bottom, east to west, if you run a 3-kilometre buffer around the interconnection between public and private land, you end up with something like 36% of dingo habitat that's subject to lethal control. So this potentially meant that a lot of the dingoes' remaining habitat in Victoria was subject to lethal control, and this was not, this was not just a minor part of their habitat, but a very large part of it.
So would that have been predominantly lethal control shooting,
yes,
or
yes,
Canadian poison? Or?
Trapping and poisoning.
Oh.
Of course, they're never sure about how many dingoes they're killing, except when it comes to trapping, because the state officers who lay the traps, they revisit the traps, keep records, so they know exactly how many traps they lay. They know how many dingoes are caught. So you get quite and quite good records are kept in Victoria from that. So there was a good picture of how many dingoes were being caught in traps, but the loss of dingoes from poisoning is very uncertain. You're never sure how many you're killing. It could be as much or more, perhaps double what the traps are getting. You're just never sure. Now, it's very unusual for a threatened native species to be subject to be unprotected and subject to lethal control. To my knowledge, it's unprecedented in Victoria. The idea that you would list a wildlife species as threatened because it's potentially facing extinction, and then you have measures in place to keep on killing it at a very significant
native wildlife as well. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So this was a major contradiction. The other thing that was very disappointing in the final outcome, and it's still a major problem today, is that although the initial nomination to the Scientific Advisory Committee recommended that at least some classes of dingo hybrids be included in the threatened species listing, at least animals that are very high in dingo genetic content with very little dog ancestry included as well, it wouldn't really be a very meaningful exercise. At the time, it was believed that only about 4% were pure dingoes, and that the rest were hybrids of varying degrees, sort of dingo domestic dog crosses.
That belief has changed now, hasn't it? With recent research.
It has. That has changed quite a bit more recently with recent research. But at the time, it was stated that dingoes with even the slightest degree of dog ancestry, no matter how small, would remain under the Catchment Land Protection Act and be governed as invasive pests for extermination. Now, there was no ecological basis for this distinction between pure dingoes, this purity definition of the dingo, and relegating absolutely everything else to wild dog status. There was no ecological basis to it. This was purely, really, I think, some sort of strange political administrative decision.
But it's like the terminology of wild dogs. It's become a purely political argument. Do you think like that, Ernest? It's like amazing.
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
Like wild dog versus dingoes.
Yes, I mean, the more recent research you refer to, Marilyn, from around it's really started around 2017, but certainly 2023, 2024, some of it research commissioned by the Victorian government itself, showed that purity levels, dingo purity levels, that is the proportion of dingoes that are pure out in the wild, is very high. The 2023 research by Dr. Kylie Cairns showed that her research found that approaching 90% were pure, and that the remaining 10% were nearly pure. 90% dingo
It's such
genetic.
a difference, isn't it? That's amazing.
Yeah, and that's compared with, as I said before, that's compared with the belief at the time of the threatened species listing that only 4% were pure.
So it's actually pure dingoes that are being killed.
Well, the science keeps shifting around in that the most recent research, some researchers from the UK and then some researchers from South Australia used a different genetic technology or methodologies, and they looked further back in time. They did find that the dingo populations across the board might be carrying some dog genetics across the board, but this is from further back in time. Whereas, Kylie Cairns and the government-funded researchers were looking at whether dingoes were hybridising with domestic dogs in the more recent past, say over the past 8-10 generations of dingoes. But the bottom line there is that a group of scientists, 10 scientists or so, including the South Australian researchers, wrote a very strong, focused comment to the Victorian Environment Minister and Agriculture Minister, saying, despite there being some dog genetics within the dingo population, this means absolutely nothing in terms of their ecological function. They are still genetically very distinct from domestic dogs. They're nothing like domestic dogs. And they perform a very important ecological function in regulating our ecosystems, and that they should be governed as wildlife. And the fact that they carry some dog genes from the past is really ecologically neither here nor there. So that was
make any difference. My understanding has always been that if it looks like a dingo, it is a dingo and performs like a dingo. It has the same ecological importance to the environment.
Yes, and part of the nonsense of the earlier distinction between pure dingoes and dingoes that might have a little bit of dog ancestry, awarding wildlife status to one and relegating all the rest as pest animals, is that visually, if you're out in the countryside and you see them, you can't visually tell the difference between a pure dingo and a dingo that might have a little bit of dog ancestry. They look the same. And the nonsense was that recreational hunters were legally allowed to kill dingoes with a bit of dog ancestry, but were not allowed to kill pure dingoes. But the hunters out in the field can't tell the difference from looking at them. Much of the time, they were killing pure dingoes.
Mm. So what was the position of the minister at this time? I mean, was from what you've said, there was a strong recommendation by VSAC. So what was the outcome there? What was the issues for the minister?
I think at one level, the minister felt cornered. This is my interpretation, and I've thought about it quite a lot since. It would have been very embarrassing for the minister to receive a strong, unambiguous recommendation from his expert scientific committee to list an animal as a threatened native taxon. It would have been very embarrassing for him to reject that. In fact, you might know more about this than I do, Marilyn, being a lawyer, but I think it might have even been illegal for him to consider anything else but the ecological science.
I'm giving it up.
Of the matter. So yeah, I think some of the bureaucrats came along and had a bit of a yes minister moment with Gavin Jennings and said, look, Minister, we can help you out here. We're not really that keen on listing the dingo, but you don't want to have a loss of face and be seen to be some sort of environmental bogan or something. So they said, we can tell you how to list the dingo, as threatened native wildlife, but without changing anything in practice so far as lethal control is concerned. And keep the farmers on side, keep the farmers off your back as well. And the way we do this, we'll have this 3 kilometre buffer thing, and we'll keep on killing them more or less as before, but on paper they'll be wildlife and they'll be protected.
It's a bit patronising, isn't it? And what was the position of agriculture at this time? Where were they on all this?
The agriculture bureaucrats were hostile from the very beginning. The 2009 Dingo Working Group, Agriculture Victoria, or that's what it's called now, but agriculture bureaucrats were involved in that process throughout. They didn't want any 3 kilometre buffer. They didn't even want a 5 kilometre or a 10 kilometre buffer. They just wanted to keep on being able to kill them where they had been killing them up to that time. And they argued tooth and nail for that and lost out. There was, it was just a ridiculous sort of, attempt by them to minimise any protection that might result. Agriculture Victoria was hostile from the start.
I think that is surfacing again. Ernest, we might take a little break there in just a moment. We were going to have our good friend George Pujol, Art for Earth, come on board tonight. Unfortunately, George has got a very bad flu and he cannot be with us, but I'd love to share with people a video of some of his work that he has created around the world. He is an internationally acclaimed humanitarian. He creates the most beautiful installations of wildlife. He creates also all manner of whales. He's created a dingo installation in Victoria in about 2019 on the gardens, Treasury Gardens, which was just phenomenal. Anyway, let's have a look at this video, and I think it's just sensational. So let's take a break and we'll come back and talk to Ernest again in just a minute. Oh, wow. I actually get goosebumps when I watch videos of George's work. I find it really moving, and it's so community based. It's lovely to see those children. I remember when he came to Melbourne and created that massive dingo, it was lovely to see the adults and children. They actually laid out the candles with George. So he does amazing work. I absolutely love it. So coming back to the dingoes, we've got a peculiar situation where we've got a species protected under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act, and you've got the Agricultural Department running with a strong anti-wild dog rhetoric. And then tell us about the dingo unprotection order, because that's next, isn't it, in the chain of events? It's like a Machiavellian mystery.
Yes, that what accompanied the outcome of the 2009 Dingo Working Group advice to the Minister. The part of the dual goal, if you like, of protecting dingoes and farm stock was to not only create this 3-kilometre buffer, as I mentioned, on public land where it meets farmland, and it just so happens that 3 kilometres was where the previous poisoning and trapping occurred anyway. So settling on 3 kilometres meant that nothing would really change in terms of lethal control practices. What happened? Yeah, there is this contradiction, and part of that deal too was that to allow that lethal control to continue, the dingo was unprotected. There's a provision within the Victorian Wildlife Act which allows governments to unprotect wildlife. To simplify it down, if wildlife presents a threat to life or property, basically. Farmers get permission to have kangaroos killed if they're eating pasture, that being deemed a threat to property, so to speak.
So I think in 2023, the unprotection order coincided with new scientific research.
Yeah.
Which brought the whole thing into question.
Yeah.
What's that about?
The unprotection order is put in place for limited periods of time. It's not put in place permanently. So when the initial unprotection order, I think, went for 3 years, then it was renewed. And then it came up for renewal sometime around early 2023. And this was at the same time as all of this new scientific and genetic research that we mentioned before. So the government, rather than renew the unprotection order for another 3 years or more straight away, it said, well, what we'll do, we'll renew it for 1 more year. And during that year, we'll have a review of dingo governance policy. So, the government set about bringing in, creating a sort of a forum. They brought in a number of scientists, leaders in their field, to examine the new scientific research, to perhaps possibly to reconsider the unprotection order, not renew it. That was the hope of dingo conservation advocates, that this review, governance review, would lead to the abandonment of dingo unprotection and that they would be fully protected as threatened species. Early on in that process, some of the new evidence that came to light about the dingo population in the northwest of Victoria, up around the Big Desert, was so dire. It was found that the numbers were extremely low, that the genetics of
Wilka, they're called. Is that correct?
Yes, they're called Wilka. Wilka is the indigenous name for them in that region. That's correct. There weren't many of them. The numbers were very low. They were genetically in very poor health. Their genetic diversity was very low, and therefore they would be susceptible. Once a wildlife taxon's numbers get very low and they become genetically frail, the populations can just collapse. Anything could knock them off and you lose them completely. So early in 2023, the Victorian government, to its credit, lifted the unprotection order for that population in the northwest only, and gave them full protection. No one was allowed to there was to be no baiting and trapping. They were to be fully protected.
I can recall it. they were still poisoning for foxes. Is that correct? I think that seems
Yes.
to come back to my mind.
Yes, this became a scandal subsequently because a dingo advocate was in the big desert and came across fox baiting signs and baits. And one thing that this governance review revealed was that fox baits are lethal for dingoes. Now, the department had been denying that previously. Various dingo advocates had raised that issue. What is the impact of fox baiting on dingo populations? And the message was always, oh well, no, the dosage of the baits for foxes is too low. It won't kill the dingo. But this review made it quite clear that the government was fully aware that fox baiting could harm dingoes, and therefore fox baiting was not to occur in the big desert. But then afterwards it was found that fox baiting was still occurring. The dingo advocate who lives up in that area made inquiries as to how this could be, and I made inquiries as well, and we couldn't get to the bottom of it. The best we could do, I remember speaking to the last Victorian Environment Minister's, one of his staffers, and I asked him about this, what was going on there, how could this have happened? And the most I was told, the department tells us it was a mistake. Well, if it was a mistake, it points to some fairly serious incompetence. I'm not so sure.
They've been recognised as being so vulnerable and so limited in numbers. It seems bizarre, doesn't it?
Yes, it doesn't cast the department in a very good light because fox baiting has to be authorised. People just can't go out and do it, especially on public land in the Big Desert National Park. So the unprotection order comes up for renewal. At the end of this review, by October 2024, there was a dingo conservation status report compiled by DECA, the Victorian Government Department. Clearly Agriculture Victoria had a big influence over that report. And not only I, but other environmental scientists consider that report to have been seriously flawed, misinterpreting data, downplaying the consequences of new data about dingo population decline. They downplayed that. There was clear evidence of population decline. The department didn't deny it in its report, but downplayed it.
So is this agriculture having a say within this again? Or?
DECA's a broad church. It's everything from biodiversity, agriculture, and at that time planning, urban planning. It was like a super department, but there are silos within it, and it's still my firm opinion that the agriculture silo has always been hostile to dingo conservation. And again, this review, this dingo conservation status review that occurred as part of the broader governance review, that should have been done by the Victorian Scientific Advisory Committee under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act. That's that expert body put together explicitly for that very purpose. Instead, the review was done within the department, in-house within the department.
And that in itself is very curious, isn't it?
It is very, very curious.
I think by this time, it's a long while now, it is recognised that dingoes are our native apex land predator. They're crucial to maintain ecological balance in the environment. And I think that's the importance of dingoes and why I think it's so crucial that all of this research and moving forward with science, as we discover, we've got some incredible scientists working. So
you're quite right. There's now a mountain of peer-reviewed published research showing the significance of dingoes within our ecosystem. So we're not just fighting for, subjectively for what might be an animal we like or our favourite animal. We're fighting for ecosystem health. In advocating for dingoes, we're advocating for ecosystem health and the maintenance of our ecosystems.
Sorry.
Oh, there's been a lot of research over the past sort of 10, 15, 20 years internationally about the importance of apex predators within ecosystems. They help moderate ecosystems. They put downward pressure on some populations because they clearly feed off some other native wildlife populations, like lions in Africa eat antelope and other species, but this is all part of the regulation of the balance of ecosystems and the relationships between species. You take out key elements of ecosystems and it disrupts and disorientates the relationships between many other elements within the ecosystems.
This always shocks me. Why, when I hear about national parks and wildlife services in New South Wales particularly, shooting down buckets of 1080 poison into the national park to kill dingoes, our native apex land predator. And then they have outbursts in rabbits, and then they go killing the rabbits with cubed carrots laced with 1080 poison.
Yes.
It's just craziness. When you've got the dingo, native apex land predator, there to do the task, to actually carry out the task.
Yeah, you're quite right. And this began to be realised quite early on in the colonial period. I've come across letters from the Western District of Victoria from the 1800s, where the very first sort of European settlers noticed, and it was published in sort of small articles in various newspapers, that, for example, one man saying that, now that we've taken out the dingoes and the Aborigines, the kangaroo population's gone crazy. We'll have to kill the kangaroos now. So this creation of an imbalance by taking out keystone species. Dingoes are a keystone species, you can imagine. You can see the mechanical analogy that if you take out the key piece of a structure, other pieces fall down or get out of place. This began to be recognised quite early on, but we're not learning this lesson very well.
It's taking a while, Ernest. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was the accuracy of data. Stock loss to predation.
Yes, very important. I mean, one of the things that I've done over a period of time through freedom of information requests from DECA is to get hold of their stock loss data. The Victorian government actually keeps very good data, the best in Australia, on farm stock loss to predation, and particularly to what they called, up until recently, wild dog predation. So the annual numbers of recorded, say, sheep loss to predation in Victoria has been kept, I've got that data through FOI back to around 2005 or so. I went to the trouble of matching that to the numbers of sheep in Victoria year on year through the agricultural census, and worked out the stock loss rate to dingo predation, and it's ridiculously small.
So, what are your thoughts about? We're running out of time. I wanted to ask you this crucial question for me. What relevance do you think the poisons industry have on this? Is it the poisons industry who are behind all of this hysteria?
I think we see an intersection between the vested interests of the poison industry. It's a multi-million-dollar industry playing on the historical fears and biases of the farming community. The farming community sees dingoes, as they have a sort of a bogeyman. The poison industry plays on that insecurity amongst farmers, whips it up and weaponises it as a political tool. There's no doubt about that in my mind.
Reason to get rid of them and to use so much poison. We'll have to end there, Ernest. This has been really informative, and I'm sure anybody listening. So will be the same as me. Thank you for coming. Thank you for talking, and maybe come back another time and we can talk. I'd love to see Kiri and Sienna another time.
Thank you, Marilyn. It's a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
common housefly, caught in the clutches of the spider's web. Every move it makes just makes matters worse. Then, dinner time.
Feast on the captivating stories, videos, and helpful information on our website.
Whoa.
Dinner's ready.
Oh, man.
Escape is futile.
Just one more video.
Get stuck in our web.
Let the pulse start today.